Hey guys, we're back already. Oh my goodness. The burner phone has been blowing up. You guys have been texting me nonstop. It's still going on right now. I'm still getting messages from you guys as we speak saying, oh my goodness, the Idaho case. They've got a break in the case. Not just a break, not just a clue, not just something to follow up, but they have made an arrest. They've made an arrest in Pennsylvania, in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And there's a suspect who is now currently in custody regarding this. This was huge. This was very huge. Finally, some progress, says Patty P. You're right. Brittany says, I didn't expect this. Alexi says, I was just going to text the burner phone and figured you were already heard. Hopefully, very hopeful news. It is. It's very hopeful. We don't know what's up exactly. All we know is he's a suspect, okay? But he's facing a charge, and I'm going to dig in. I'm going to show you what I'm doing, and you sort of get a view behind the scenes of how we're going to do our homework on this end. Which is it's going to be a different sort of show than some of the other ones. But first, Catlaw says, finally, before that, Patty P, congratulations. You were first in chat as we went live today. The first person in chat always receives the internet for the rest of the day, or at least until we go live again. And so, Patty, the internet is now yours. Congratulations, or our condolences, depending on how you view that. But congratulations. Thank you for being first in chat. Patricia, CG in Texas, I forwarded the message that you sent me, so you should be hearing from the individual soon. Well, Mama, thank you as well. SB says, Idaho, finally. Seven says, no way. Yes, way. This is not clickbait. This is all, I checked my facts. This is not something I want to put out there without some solid information behind. We're going to get into that in just a minute. Miss Priss is here. Roxanne, Alexis says, "OMG, I'm here." Yeah, it's fantastic. Anna, Kimberly, Ernest, Hi Addicts, wonderful, great to have members, and I'm not sure if we have any mods here. I don't think we have any mods present. Wait, let's see. Oh, Chandra's here. Sorry, you guys have to behave. We have a mod present. Love the way your channel's on top of breaking news, Bernard. I can say the way I can be on top of breaking news is I have a fantastic community out here in chat that has my burner phone number. And when they see something, they reach out to me and say, hey, this is happening right now. And I'm fortunate enough to be in a position where I can go live pretty quickly. So I try to do a little bit of homework and get some content available for you. But yeah, that's where my phone is still blowing up. You guys are absolutely amazing. Just randomly saw this notification, says Izzy. Well, I'm glad you got the notification. Chandra, you might be the only mod here right now. Oh, wait, Weatherwatch is here. I'm here. Jake's here as well. Okay, so it's not one person holding down the masses, but Reddit is blowing up right now. Jake is a hiding mod. You guys, if you can't tell, I'm super excited. We thought this case was going cold. We honestly did. We looked at this. We brought it up probably in the last week. We brought this up, and just like, the press conferences, this is... Oh man, I'm getting all sorts of mentions all over the place. The press conferences out of Idaho were getting so much that it was like, why are you even holding a press conference? Just to tell us the number of tips that you've received that you're chasing down. And it just seemed like everything was leading to nowhere. I mean, the one thought we had, last week was when they found that white car over in Oregon, we said, maybe this is it. And it turns out it wasn't. Wow. Can you unblock me in chat? Who's blocked in chat? Somebody's blocked in chat. Let me take a quick look. That guy. Where are you blocked somewhere? I'll do what I can to get you unblocked here, because we try not to block people unless they really deserve it. And that guy, I think you generally you're pretty good. But we'll take a look. If I can't do it right now, that guy, just because so much is going on, please know I will get to that and we'll get you unblocked. I appreciate you being here. Matthew Harris, wow, good to have you here. Matthew is our resident lawyer, and I think if you type exclamation point, capital MHL, it should work. That's the only one I got to. That's the only one I got to so far. But that one should work. What did the tarot card lady say? Not this, not this. This is a new name, but let's get to that right now. First of all, the name somebody posted up here in chat. I want to just link to it because it's easier than me pulling it up. Lucy says Brian Koberger. This is the name. This is the name that's being announced by the AP currently as the suspect who is being extradited to Idaho. And let me show you what we've got, and I'll let you sort of a back row seat on how I do my research. We're going to bring this in right now because I've been digging up a little record here, and this right here is the docket sheet. This is the docket sheet from Monroe County in PA. It says miscellaneous docket. Let me get my face off here so you can see what's happening here. We've got, let's see, let's scroll down, make sure I've got the right one. This would be really bad if I had the wrong one, huh? Here we go. Here's the alias name right over here. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a screen that's so far away from me I can barely see it. Let me make it large for me. Okay, order denied motion to bail. This is Brian Christopher Koberger. There's a court of common plea in Monroe County, order granting extradition. Original papers received from lower court. This is the paperwork basically that says he's on task for getting extradited to Idaho. And the arrest, let's see what's the charge. I think that was on the other one. Arrest prior to requisition. Let's see, I think I've got that charge on another sheet here. See that let me pull up the other one. This just has his name and the date in a correctional facility, unless I'm missing it. I'm sort of in my haste to pull this one up. Let me get the PA court summary, because that's the docket sheet. Court summary here, if it'll open for me. Okay, here we go. This is the court summary, and they're saying he's being extradited, according to the AP, on a murder charge, and so they've linked his name and saying he's going that way. So this is the paperwork the AP is reporting that says this is the guy. I'm so happy about this. Justice for the families. Says Alexis. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, just randomly saw this notification. We got that one. It wasn't the teacher in the TikTok psych it said it was. Apparently not. Apparently it was not the teacher. Scranton, yeah, all the way across the country, clearly. We're going to look at a couple live feeds. If we can get some, let's see here. Live. Trying to see, I'm trying to take a feed here that has an update on what we're looking for. Give me just a minute. So I went live here without having all my ducks in a row, but this is breaking news. And I want to sort of show you the behind the scenes as we're looking for this. Okay, Fox News has this one, just as a short update. Let's see. Let's switch to 6 here.
Law enforcement source confirming to Fox News that police have taken a suspect into custody in connection with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Now, we don't know why that person is in custody at this time. We are told the suspect is in his mid-20s and was taken into custody in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Now, he's already made a court appearance. He is reportedly a college student, but does not attend the University of Idaho himself. Police say that all 4 students, the victims, were stabbed to death inside their campus home the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. 2 other students in that home at the time survived and were uninjured. Police are scheduled to hold a news conference at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully more answers to come.
I'm
okay. So that's the news story that they were putting out there, and I will show you. I do have a picture of the suspect. We've got a jail photo. I'm just trying to load that up in my switcher right now. So give me just 5 seconds to pull that. Okay, let me make sure I've got the right guy here. This is the sort of thing you don't want to get wrong. Here we go. So this is the picture of the suspect right now. You see him in the suicide vest thing, the protective suit. Now, one of the papers that I was showing, that I was looking at, said that there was a extradition hearing at 3:30 today. But the other paper sort of looks like extradition was already approved. So I'm not sure if it was 3:30 in the morning. I'm going to go back and just check that. Let's see what we have. 3:30 p.m. extradition. That's on the calendar of events. I'm going back to, let's see. So what I want to do right now is I want to look and see if that hearing, if that's going to happen at 3:30, if we'll be able to get that video as well. There's a lawsuit. Yeah, this is the lawsuit we've been waiting for. Let's see. It should have been. Who got through on the burner phone? 1 second. Okay, so how do telemarketers get through on the burner phone when you guys can't? That's bizarre. Okay, so yeah, Jake, did he drive a white Elantra? This is a good question. I wonder if that was something that led the law enforcement to him or not. If he was one of the 20,000 people that had one of the vehicles that fit that description. Yeah, this is the mugshot that the jail has released. How long will it take to get back to Idaho? I'm guessing about 3 hours is the flight, 3-4 hours. And he'll have a nice comfy ride with an armed guard. This is wild. Yeah, okay, criminology graduate student. This is his background. It says he's a criminal justice student. Just bizarre. And you guys, as you're finding information, this is behind the scenes. This isn't a polished live stream. We're waiting for more information now. If there's something that you guys see, let me know. I'll research it, see if we can pull up and share it with the group here. I do have to be really careful and sort of double check and make sure it's right, because I don't want to get information out there about someone who's not connected to the case. That's where I could end up with a lawsuit, which I do not want. But yeah, let's see. He's a normal looking guy. I'd expect it to be in a PhD criminal justice program, except he's got those crazy eyes. Yeah. Oh, man. There's an email circulating in Reddit from him that's disturbing. Okay, Miss Chris, I'm not sure authenticity on that. Reddit is a wild place. We've seen a couple things where Reddit has circulated some information that may or may not be true. But if it is him, if he has like a manifesto or a confession or something, maybe that's how he was caught. We'll find out more as we get the live stream, which is still hours away. We've got hours of time to do some homework. He followed Maddie on Insta, but not the others. His birthday is 8 days after the murders took place. You guys are fantastic at digging up information here. This is what we've been praying for. Yeah, seriously. We were looking at this case and just saying, how can this happen with all the technology, with all the surveillance, with all the camera systems, the security systems, and the way everything's connected in this world? How can someone kill 4 people in the middle of town and get away with it? Especially the way he did. Let's see. There's a press release. That's RA, that guy. We've got that press release pulled up. I've got a link to that here. I'll probably have it from a couple angles. I'm trying to get it straight from the police through their Facebook page, which is how they've been releasing stuff lately. But Facebook is not playing nicely yet, but we'll get there. Let's see. I wonder if they're going to release any information about a reason, a motive, anything like that. Roxanne, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate your support of the channel. You are absolutely incredible. It would not be the same here without you. Thank you so much.
Don't consent to that name.
Don't consent to that name. I still have to work on the other sound effects. We need to get those working from the earlier show this morning with the Knoxville video, which was so good. We've got so many sound effects we'll get pulled from that. Okay. What is his Insta username yet? We haven't checked his social media, so that's probably a great thing to look right now. So he was on Instagram. A lot of times on social media, these individuals, their accounts will be pulled very soon after an arrest is announced. So if you get in quickly, you might be able to get in and get some information before one of two things happens. Either the account is pulled or a whole bunch of trolls you make a mess of it and make a whole bunch of fake accounts that aren't him.
Thanks for being a wise voice today.
Thank you so much. Let's see, who was that? That was Irene. Irene, thank you for the super chat. And I'm sorry, I'm not getting the up on screen there. Irene, thank you so much. I appreciate your support of the channel. All right. And Irene, and we also, Roxanne, I didn't have you up on screen either. How about that? There you go. Now you get your moment. And I love the little aerial picture as well. Okay. So let's, who's digging on the Facebook or on the Instagram side? Let's see. If he was linked by his car, it would have been easy to find him. A PA license plate stick out like a sore thumb. Right. I think the only thing they knew about the car was the make and model. They didn't even know the year. It was like a 2011 to a 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. That's what they had, which if you add up all those years and the colors available, there were like 20,000 vehicles. And they eliminated one of them that was found crashed up in Oregon. So that took him down to 19,999, and he maybe had one of the others. Dallas says, I've joined the Addicts Club. However, it takes forever to process, it seems. Thank you for covering this. Dallas, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. This is the best news. We hope this is good. We're anticipating that he is the one. We don't know. And obviously he's innocent until proven guilty. But all we know, he's been arrested and he's charged. He's going to be extradited to Idaho, regarding this case. So hopefully this brings closure to everybody here. They've just been on edge. The whole community's been on edge since this happened. And the bizarre nature of the press conferences where the police at one time were saying, hey, there's nothing to worry about. And other times like, we don't know who it is. It's like, why would you say there's nothing to worry about if you don't know who it is? This is going to help the professor's lawsuit. Finally, yeah. No, I don't think she was worried, Kathy. I really don't. If I were a TikToker right now, I would be worried, especially one particular TikToker. They finally found him, catching up a little behind. No, it's fine. Thanks, Hot Coffee. Thanks for being here. You said that the accused is a criminal law student. Maybe he's learning how to get away with murder. It sounds like if he wasn't very good at it. I mean, he was for a little while. Katerina, this is crazy, right? How is he connected? Lucy has the Instagram name. Let's see where that's at. Lucy. This is what you got. Now, let me just say that as we're doing this, we don't know. We can't verify this for ourselves yet. All we can do is look and speculate at this point. So any information that this pulls up on screen may be somebody who's unrelated and might have, unfortunately, just a name that's very similar to one of the suspects. So please don't do anything to reach out or contact or message any of these individuals or encourage anyone else to do the same. Let's let the law enforcement handle all that on their end. Let's see. Okay, the Insta name, Brian Co. Lost the B. The B button on my keyboard doesn't work very well. Let's see what we've got here. I'm just gonna look and see. This account is private. Seeing if the image is the same. I can't tell if that's him. I really can't. I don't know if that's him. Did they catch him due to the car? Not sure. It makes sense that they expanded their search. Let's see, this is Lindsay. Makes sense they expanded their search to 24 miles outside Moscow to the towns of Troy and Kendrick, Idaho, which one would hit on the route to Pocono, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think it helps that Moscow, Idaho is sort of remote, because then you've got, as you're leaving that area, there may be other cameras that catch it, and maybe that's important. Laura's here. Should have been here 17 minutes ago, but we're glad you're here, even if you're late, Laura. Thank you so much. So was this random or what? Man, you and me both we're dying to know. I know. Don't judge a person by its cover, but he does look creepy. Everyone looks creepy in a jail picture. I'll say that. It's not a glamour shot by any means, and the clothing, especially the suicide vest they give you to wear, it's not the most flattering to anybody. Does he show up in the photos at all? I haven't been able to see. I haven't been able to verify that Instagram is him. There's a username photo on that one that I don't see the resemblance. The individuals in the photo, there are two of them, first of all, so I didn't want to share it for that reason. And also, I didn't see the resemblance just readily. It could be a troll for sure. What is the burner phone? Linda, the burner phone, if you do exclamation mark burner in chat, it will post the burner phone number for you, and that will get to me. Anyone can type that in chat, and it will post it about once a minute. So let's see. I even might be able to do it for you. How about this? If I spell it right. There it is. So when you type that burner phone number, or you type that message, I'm going to remove that. Oh, not me. I almost removed myself from my channel. What would happen if I removed myself from the channel? Thanks, Jake, for doing that. Let's see. I can imagine what people think of me when they see pics of me. Yeah, really, you and me both. Okay, he posted a Reddit thread months ago looking for prior criminals to participate in a research study. Okay, so the months ago thing, that gives it more weight to me than something that just appeared in Reddit today. Weatherwatch, do you have the link to that Reddit? We can pull that up. We'll sort of sleuth through it ourselves. Jump here on Reddit and say Idaho murders. Looks like he has a Twitter account as well. Oh, nope, that's somebody else. We've got the photo on Twitter. There's another photo of him that's looking a lot more normal. Definitely the same guy, though. Let me swipe this over here. There are going to be some pauses and quiet as we're doing some research here. I'm trying to keep up in chat as well as get things ready. Let's see. On Reddit, I do have a Reddit account, and I have one karma on Reddit because I don't do much on it. But for those that are just dying to know, I've got an account called Where Did I Park My Karma? That's me. I don't think I post it all. Okay. He was arrested in Pennsylvania near the Pocono Mountains. Let's see if we can get some details about that arrest here. Okay. This is from, I'm looking at Philadelphia 10. Looks like a NBC channel here. It says, a man has been taken into custody in the Pocono Mountains in connection with the homicide of 4 University of Idaho students. Brian Koberger, 28, he's 28 years old, is a person of interest in custody of Monroe County, PA. Sources confirmed to NBC 10. He appeared in front of a Monroe County judge at 8:30 this morning. Yep. Friday, sources say the court records show that he's currently at Monroe County Prison awaiting extradition. Let me see if I can pull up the Monroe County Prison here. Let's do a quick inmate search there. Oh, they're not giving me anything. Yeah, they're not very helpful there. Okay, so we'll keep going. Police say the four were stabbed to death. We know that part. Further circumstances regarding the nature of the rest of Koberger's capture are not yet known. So maybe that we'll hear that today in the press conference. I'm just watching for other streams as well, just on YouTube and other sources. Okay. Somebody said backwoods to the 8. Does this mugshot make me look guilty? Okay. Oh, there's the Reddit link. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Weatherwatch. Let me pull that up here. Camera 3, need to kill the audio on 3. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring this up on screen. This is from Donut Operator, right? Is that what we're understanding? I don't know how they authenticated this yet, but we'll bring it on just with the understanding this might have nothing to do with this trial, this case. Okay, so we'll lay that groundwork. That this may or may not be related, but it might just be absurd to begin with, just to view. So I'm not. Yeah. I've got too many windows open here. Just one second. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is the post on Reddit that is coming through from Donut Operator on the Reddit thread. And it's under criminology student from 212 days ago. Research participation needed. Make this larger here for me. Hello, my name is Brian. It's spelled correctly, considering that. I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. This already just seems weird. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. This research has been approved by the DeSales University IRB. Participants must be 18 years of age or older. If you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time for any reason. If you have any questions about the search, you may contact the research team via email. Student investigator, boom. The research team is him. Anonymous link to the study. Who wants to take the study if it's still open? I'm going to do a quick search on this right here to see what other accounts might be associated with that email address. This is how I do my sleuthing here on the internet. You guys are welcome to do your own. I would encourage you not to do anything that would that would endanger you or someone else, or contact them, because a lot of times it's best to wait and see what law enforcement does. Let's see. Department of Education, DeSales University is a division of liberal arts and social sciences. Okay. I'm just looking at the website for that. Arrest has been made. A hearing is set for him for the extradition hearing is set for 1/3. I thought that was today. Let me go back and look at that. Okay, the docket sheet. I thought this had the hearing information on it. Okay, so here it says completed. Whatever, the process was completed. He's awaiting extradition. That's today's date. Oh, you're right. Extradition is on the 3rd. So on the 3rd at 3:30 p.m. in courtroom 1, that's the extradition hearing, which will most likely be rubber stamped. He's not going to be able to fight his way out of this one, I don't think. And he's held without bail. Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate that detail, Lucy. Great catch on that. Let's go back to, where were we at? Right there, apparently. It's showing you nothing. Okay, let me check chat just for a minute. Why, when you search his name, nothing comes up? It could be scrubbed a little bit. I mean, a lot of times law enforcement will contact these social media sites, and they'll take down sites as soon as they are making the arrest, because it may preserve evidence. It might, keep it from being clouded by a bunch of us wading through there, which is what happened at the crime scene up there where the 4 were murdered. Okay, where are we at? Linda Hill, the clip of Michigan you showed. Yes, Old Squishy Gardner did air that 41-minute clip. So if you guys watched the morning show where I told you about just a crazy case that I stumbled across, Old Squishy Gardner's YouTube channel caught the entire thing, and he superimposes some chat and things, just some words on top of it. But you can hear and see the entire case, which is bizarre. It's what you get if you were to cross Daryl Brooks with Sarah Boone. And it's crazy, but the judge granted. He's got judicial misconduct thrown in. It's got everything. The judge granted the request for the attorneys to withdraw, because he's sued them as well as the prosecutor and the judge and all his preceding 7 attorneys who sued them as well. Okay, Patty, spell it out for me. Write it in crayon so I can get it right. Pocono, Pecan, I don't know. Lori said, I tried to tell him a couple times, hey, I'm not from there. Let me find it one more time. What's the Donut Operator's a YouTuber? Yes, I'm familiar with him a little bit. He's come up in other cases. He's been able to get some good information. Let's see. I love investigating. This is fun. The questions on the survey are so creepy. Okay, so is the survey still up? Golden Mom, welcome to the jury. Thank you so much for your support. You've been amazing. You've been here for a long while. A good friend of the program. I appreciate your support. The cleaning team was told to stop cleaning immediately, I heard. Yes, yesterday we heard that the crew was going to go in to clean because of the biohazards and everything, and now suddenly it's like, wait, full stop. I wonder what evidence they've destroyed. Okay. It's pulled down, but you found some pictures of the questions. This is like a morbid curiosity. I mean, most of us here have some degree of morbid curiosity. It's why we like true crime. We can sit through some pretty gory pictures. We can, hear some pretty rough descriptions of crimes. But this guy seems to be on a different level. Like, how does it make you feel? Type thing when you're committing a crime. That seems to be what he's getting at here. And maybe it was just his own desire to experience that same thing. But we'll find out here soon, I think. Oh, I completely missed it. Pocono. I'll get it now. And Pocono, says Basic Brittany. Thank you so much. Pocono. We have weird towns in the U.S., and we pronounce them in a funny way. And most of the time I'll get them wrong. So thank you for correcting me. He looks calculated, like there's things going on behind those eyes that he'll never reveal. Lucy says there's an allegation that he possibly had a romantic interest in Maddie. Amber sent a few things to the burner. I've got the burner phone is still buzzing. I've got a lot of things to look at there. Were any of the questions about fava beans or Chianti? I said that wrong. I don't know what the reference is there. Was this guy in any of the videos? Yeah, was he on the radar at all? Did somebody see him in? Was he in the background? Was he? I mean, where else does he show up other than in the arrest? Paperwork. Some people owe big apologies to their friends and roommates. There have been some crazy ideas that have floated out there. Publicly on talk shows and things that I'm like, oh, you can't say that. You can't just put someone's. I mean, we shared the example of the TikToker who had who had basically pointed the finger at a professor at the school there by name and showed her photo and said she's the one that did it. Like, you can't do that. You cannot do that. Oh man, I mean you can, but when you do, you get.
There's a lawsuit.
Yeah, you get that. Did police have the press? They're going to have it this afternoon. We've got some time, as a matter of fact. We've got quite a bit of time to do some digging on our own until then. I'm showing. Let's see. I'm showing that we've got about 2 hours before it goes live. Let's see. I'm sure all social media accounts are locked down, most likely for sure. But there's stuff the internet remembers. Who said Squishy Gardner has a clip? Georgia, the Squishy Gardner video, he posted this morning the same thing that I was posting this morning. I think he almost at the same time, but he had the full clip. He had recorded the entire thing where I had gone back and tried to record it as it was still going on. He was recording it live, so he got the whole thing from start to finish. And that is just the bizarre case, that will make you think of Sarah Boone and Daryl Brooks all at the same time. So today's the press conference. It's at 1. Yeah, I'm showing 2 hours from now. So whatever your time is right now, in 2 hours, the press conference is going to start. Okay. All right, we're going to do just a little more digging here. Google this guy's name and nothing comes up, says Smooth Trucking. Let's do it. Let's throw that in there.
Pickle fun to start New Year right.
Who was that? Let's see. Angie, thank you so much for donating to the Pickle Fund. Appreciate it. Those who are new here may not know, but I love pickles, and I especially love spicy maple bourbon pickles, which you can only get at Walmart. But you can get them pretty much across the country for $3.84, and it is heaven in a jar. But thank you so much. That will definitely go towards some pickles for the new year. Thank you so much, Ann. Appreciate that. Okay, so Lucy, you were saying, oh, you got an elephant. Love the elephant there. thoughts and prayers with the families while this is happening. Yeah, this is think of the roller coaster ride for those families. As first of all, you wake up and get a phone call to find out you're living a nightmare, that your life has changed, your family's changed, your loved one's gone, and not just gone, but just a brutal murder, and there are no answers and a million questions, and no one seems to, be progressing anywhere. Law and Crime is saying is that a Hyundai Elantra was taken from Brian Koberger's home. So the car was a connection. So that was a good lead. But he pleads not guilty. Yeah, they all seem to. Okay. All right. I'm glad I found this channel. Hey, this is a fun channel. It's going to be a little quieter as we're sort of digging through on the internet and the different sources. We find bits of information here, but it might help paint a more complete picture. And then we get to hear in a couple hours have the press conference. So feel free to come and go as needed. If you've got other things to do, I understand. You don't have to stick around the whole time. We'll try to keep this going all the way live through the press conference. But I just want to dig a little bit myself and see what we can find. Because a lot of times, as soon as they hold the press conference and it really goes public, then all the information sort of disappears. Okay. Michelle takes a seat in the back by the door. Michelle, glad you're here. So the genius drove his car to the crime and then drove it away across the country. Sounds like it. If they confiscated a car that matched that description there, police kept this close to the vest. Wonder if FBI ran him down. I'm guessing the car may have been his downfall. I really do. Because we've got, if you look at all the weather cameras, the traffic cameras that are pretty much on every road, every major interstate throughout the United States, there are traffic cameras, even if they're just used internally. A lot of times that video is still captured and kept. And you've got a crime that happens in the middle of the night where there's very low traffic in a fairly remote area, you can look at those traffic cameras and find a similar car, even if you can't read the license plate, that seems to go. And you can basically follow it across the country on traffic cameras. So that would be an FBI level thing to track down to get all that video. The burner phone is just blowing up right now. I'm sorry, guys. I will try to get back to all of you. I have to give you all a huge, massive thanks for the information you guys are sharing and providing here. Let's see. This last one, his degree from Washington State University. Let's see. That was from DMB. Thank you, DMB, for that. We've got an image of it. Looks like. Oh man, yeah. We're gonna put this one up. Just 1 second here. Let me transfer this over to my switcher. So this image that I'm about to put up and share is purported to be an image of the survey that was talked about in that Reddit post where he was saying, I want to get information about, here we go. Let's bring it up here. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is just bizarre. All right. How did you leave the scene? Did you struggle with or fight with the victim? How did you travel to and enter the location that the crime occurred? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this point. After committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Please detail any thoughts and feelings. This is so creepy. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to wash my eyes after reading this. Please detail any thoughts and feelings at this point. Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. And then in the corner here, let's see if I can... I'll read it because it's pretty small. I apologize for that. Over the past 2 weeks, how often have you been bothered by any of the following problems? Feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge is one. And the options are and the bullets are not at all, several days, more than half the days, or nearly every day. So the question one was feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge, not being able to stop or control worrying, worrying too much about different things, trouble relaxing, being restless that is hard to sit still, becoming easily annoyed or irritable, or feeling afraid as if something awful might happen. So if that is really his his survey, does that give you guys the creeps like it does me? Oh man. Oh, Dallas, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. I appreciate your support of the channel. Yeah, this guy may have some issues, and the question is, if he has enough issues, is it a mental stability type thing? Do you think his competency may be called into question if this proceeds? There are conflicting stories surrounding this. There are, and we have information that's not verified, basically. And so half of what we see might be, thrown up by people who are trolls who are just trying to get a piece of the pie type thing and jump in there and stir the pot. We don't have those pickles in Bulgaria. So sad. I'm sorry, Lily. They are fantastic. I will tell you, they're amazing, and you're missing out. Had a feeling the police and department and investigators were not as inept as a lot of people thought. Yeah, we knew they had DNA evidence, right? And I think they probably will be able to link him on a DNA level to the crime scene. That'll be crucial, I think, to the case, because we don't have witnesses. We don't have a lot else to go on. Idaho has the death penalty. The Daybells are charged with it. This is so much more exciting than the work I need to do, says Izzy. Well, I'm glad I can take you away from your work for a minute. Don't get fired on my account, though. Thank you very much, Izzy, for being a member, though. Katrina says, Samantha, is this about the same thing? I'm not sure if that's about the same case. Let's see what we have. Oop, back up. I sent some info to the burner phone from someone saying they had info saying he asked if there was someone else arrested. Okay, I saw that guy when he says, was anyone else arrested? There's
a lawsuit.
That is that I never get tired of that audio clip. That'll be crazy to hear as we get more information as this comes out over the coming days, weeks, and months, and unfortunately years. I doubt this guy is going to say, I want a speedy trial. And in the next 90 days, we'll see this in court. Unfortunately, this will take a lot of time to get there. Next question. What car would you use?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We should. He will be extradited to the area that has subject matter jurisdiction, which is Idaho. But there's no question he's going to get moved. He has a flight in his near future, or maybe a long drive. Hopefully, it's a long drive in handcuffs. Lindsay says, woohoo, you got my message. That was from me, by the way. Thank you so much, Lindsay. These questions are beyond chilling. They are, even if they're not related to this guy. Whoever wrote those questions, whew, they're weird. Okay. This is my other account with the same name. My other account on YouTube is blocked for some reason. Well, that guy, at least we can recognize you, and I'm sorry you got blocked. Things happen sometimes. I don't think it was from us, though. We're pretty easygoing. As long as everyone's civil and polite in here, it's really hard to get blocked in this channel. I mean, don't push me, but we have a good group here. Okay. Let's see. That was the questionnaire. Broken Soul has admitted to being an addict. Please welcome them to the group. Thank you, Broken Soul, for becoming a subscriber. Good to have you here. Okay. Burner phone still is going like crazy. This is Lindsay. Thank you so much for that, Lindsay. And you provided the source as well on that document on the Reddit survey. Man. Okay, so let's see what else we have. I hope Dunder Mifflin had nothing to do with this. Right, Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's what I think of when I think of Dunder Mifflin, or when I think of Scranton, I think of Dunder Mifflin. Michael Scott in The Office. The Office has seen enough drama. Please save The Office. I'm at the beach, says Bella. What happened? Bella, we have an arrest in the Idaho murder case, the 4 murders of the college students. It was they've arrested someone in Scranton, Pennsylvania, 28 years old. His name is Brian. He's got a sort of a funny last name. I don't want to butcher it here. Let's see. Now I'm lost in some other texts. Hang on. Brian Koberger. So Brian Etten at the News Nation is tweeting out that I'm told when Idaho quadruple homicide suspect Brian Koberger was in custody, he asked, quote, asked if anyone else was arrested. I'm told he had a quiet, blank stare. That's what he's saying. Asked if anyone else was arrested. Do you think... I mean, this is just complete speculation, but do you think he was recruiting? That his survey was recruiting people? Can we have a recap soon for us latecomers? Oh, you haven't missed a whole ton. We're just digging into this Idaho case. We just heard news, it's breaking news on the internet all over the place, that that there is a break in the case in the Idaho murder investigation, and that an arrest has been made in Scranton, Pennsylvania. The individual by the name of Brian Christopher Koberger, who's 28 years old, was arrested. They also have taken into custody at his location a white Hyundai Elantra, similar to the one that they were looking for. But we're hearing information from some fairly reputable sources that when he was arrested, he asked if anyone else was arrested. Man. He was 100% going to be a serial killer. It's not looking good for him. I mean, obviously he has a side of the story that may have to be told, but it doesn't sit right. Something's wrong here in this picture. Okay, sorry. I'm falling way behind in chat. Give me just a minute. We're going to catch up. I know several of you have tagged me in your responses, and I'll try to read those as I catch up here. Apparently he was a student in Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. When I did surveys few years ago, says Laura, I had something like this pop up dealing with criminal activity. I didn't think anything about it till just now. It was a lawsuit. Criminal justice. Welcome, Broken Soul. Let's hope this channel can fix what's broken. Hope everyone feels welcome here. It's awesome. Kaylee says, doesn't that seem like a poorly structured and worded survey for a doctoral student? Yes. Yes, it doesn't seem like a professionally worded survey. It seems more intent at tell me how you feel when you commit a crime than actually, analysis that can be quantified and measured and really analyzed. I doubt it says in the survey, do you feel bad about what you've done? Yeah, that question, I did not see it anywhere. But he did say that there might be follow-up, right? So it's basically, was this a Craigslist version or of a application for cohorts? Or I wonder if there will be more arrests. No insanity plea in Idaho. He will sit in jail until he is competent. That's right. That's right. I'd be curious to see if his name is tagged onto any research papers by the universities he attended. Lindsay, that's a great thing to research. Sometimes some of those papers are hard to get to. It's sort of like a paywall to get to research papers, but we usually can get to the cover sheet basically. So that might be interesting to see if he contributed on some of those and what they were. My family will starve tomorrow because I can't take my eyes off this channel. Lily, please take care of your family. We will be here when you come back. We promise, and we'll catch you up. Uncivil Laws here. Was catching your stream just yesterday. Has subject matter jurisdiction been proven for the record? Is that lawful law grounds? Thank you for that, Uncivil Law. You do great work, and a lot of the people here know you from your channel as well. Let's see, can you recap for a newcomer? Roxy, we can. Here's what we've got. Let me show you the picture first. This is This is the individual. This is Brian Christopher Koberger. This is the image that was released by the jail when he was arrested. This is the individual they've arrested in connection with the case in Idaho with these 4 students who were murdered. We do know that White Hyundai Elantra was also taken into custody. We believe from his residence, but it was basically as part of this. He is being extradited to Idaho to face these charges. And we don't know much about it. We've heard that when he was arrested, he asked if anyone else was arrested. He asked if anyone else was arrested, and there's allegations on Reddit that he had a survey, and I'll show you this here. He had this survey as part of his criminology study of his major, where he asked people to participate in a survey where he asked questions like, how did you leave the scene? This is of people who committed crimes. How did you leave the scene? Did you struggle with or fight with the victim? How did you travel and enter the location that the crime occurred? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you're thinking and feeling. After committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Please detail any thoughts and feelings at this point. Just stuff that just puts you on edge. Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Just crazy, crazy stuff. After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target? Please detail your thoughts. This is not like a professional survey that like anything I've ever seen. So we have that. Let's see what else we have here. We have the arrest information. Let's go back here. So pull that up. Sorry, I've got too many buttons here. We have the docket sheet. Let me bring that up to you. Okay, so here's the docket sheet as well. This is out of Monroe County in Pennsylvania, and it just gives us information about the case as far as the background, the issuing authority, the arresting officer. I'd love to see if we have body cam from this. If Justin here has a body cam that we can get. We've got incident numbers, all this stuff we can pursue. I'll have to look at the public records laws there. Some places like Arkansas with public records are really a pain in the butt. They don't let you file a request unless you're an Arkansas citizen, like a resident of Arkansas, or they just ignore you. But so I need a friend in Arkansas because they have all the good car chases. Okay, let me catch up here on chat as we're looking here. Okay, there's his name here, the alias name, Brian Koberger, right here above me. This is the first I've heard about this guy, but people are quick to assume he's guilty. Right, and he's not guilty until proven guilty. All we know is that he's been arrested in this in connection with this case as a suspect, and that he's being charged in the murder. I don't believe the charges are in yet. They might be announced. I haven't seen those yet. Hey, that guy is out of YouTube jail. Yay! Well, he's sort of out. This is account number 2. But it's good to have you here. Pat says, I don't comment much, but I've been watching you for months. Love your channel. Pat, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for venturing into chat. It's a friendly group. I think you'll find when you do comment, your comments will be appreciated. The info you shared came from the AP article on Yahoo. Right, we've got some good verified sources, or reputable. My kid's coughing to death out in the hallway. Some reputable sources on some of this. Let's see. Who cares if you pronounce it right? He's arrested. Brian Koberger. I'll try to get it right. I do awful on pronunciation. Please forgive me. Not that it matters, but I will be listening. I really have stuff to do. Kathy, thank you so much for being here. Good luck with all the stuff you have to do. Let's see. Scranton. How did Scranton get into this all the way from Idaho? Right. This is his area of residence. They said something about near the mountains. People are saying backwoods. We don't have a lot of confirmation on that yet, but don't want to butcher his name. If I said that, it was actually an accident. Kathy, good to have you here. I'm an addict, but not not as the way it might seem. I actually chose this name because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground as a metal detectorist. I was addicted to video gaming, and it is a serious addiction. I spent months of my life in a very short period of time doing that, and just about lost everything that was important to me as I did that. And so, am an addict, but a little bit different. But congratulations to you, and God bless you on your journey as well. Congratulations as well, Kathy. Thank you. Can you watch Smooth Trucking, please? Getting out of hand. Smooth Trucking. I'll take a look here. Let's Smooth Trucking. If you can just dial it back just a wee bit. I know that on days like today, when there's a lot of people in chat that are fairly new, some people come in that don't understand that it's a pretty civil group that we have here, and we try to keep it that way without having attacks with people. So if you find somebody that just rubs you the wrong direction, if you have to, you can mute them yourself. You can just make them disappear on your channel. I'd rather do that than try to have an argument in chat, because the internet is the worst place to have a discussion on things like politics and some of these issues that tend to divide us. So feel free to share your opinion if it's different than mine. We like that, but let's keep the personal attacks out and just keep it nice. Anyway, let's see. I don't think this is his first murder. It sounds like he's trying to normalize his actions by finding a way to cope. If it's not his first, maybe his arrest would point to more things. But I'd venture to say that there's no evidence that we have at this point that there's any more. We don't even know for sure if he has here. I never tried coping via murders. Wonder if it works. It's a strange coping method for sure. The survey questions are bizarre. If those are actually his survey questions, obviously this is stuff that we can't confirm as of yet. We think it's right, but if it actually is, it'll probably show up in court as well, and we'll see that. I'm here, missed the morning. I was watching the replay. Maureen, if you're watching the morning replay, we covered that case out of Michigan that was just bizarre. I will tell you to go watch the Squishy Gardner's channel. He caught that full stream, and it is bizarre. It is the most crazy. It's Sarah Boone, it's Daryl Brooks, all wrapped into one, and it's a case that's been going on since 2017 and is still not done. There's a mistrial involved. There's a pro se defendant who's now lost his right to represent himself. There's allegations of judicial misconduct. He sues almost every lawyer he's had. He's on his 8th public defender, who just got released today or yesterday, I think, on that case. So it's bizarre. So definitely watch this morning's one, and then go over and check out Squishy Gardner's channel, and because he caught the full stream. I was in the middle of recording it when they pulled the video down. It's killing me. I'm like, no, I lost it. Anyway, okay. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, he lived in the. Okay, how do we pronounce this again?
Address subject matter jurisdiction.
Of course, we'll address subject matter jurisdiction. He lived in the Poconos area in Pennsylvania. Should we do a little Google Earth check to see what that looks like for those of us that aren't familiar with the area? Let's pull up our Google Earth Pro. Give me 5 seconds to switch over here. Auxiliary 3. Let's get that one down. All right, here we go. We're gonna get a little dizzy here, but we're gonna follow from a satellite level. We're gonna follow from satellite level down to Earth in the Poconos area. So let's give us a peek at where that is. Here we go. So it's sort of remote. I mean, it's not like it's not the sticks. But just zooming back out, it's on the coast, just north up here, just way up the coast for me. I'm down here in North Carolina here on the eastern side, but he's not that far away. So probably about 8 to 10 hours away, probably 12 if you count the toll roads and all the stops. but that's the area of the country he's from. But look at this, check this out. So let's see if I can. We'll find the mileage, because this is like a cross-country trip for him to go from Idaho to this. So let's get directions to from A to Moscow. You ready for this? Let's search, come on. It's thinking. Okay, so here's his trip. And he would have probably done this in reverse if this was the reason, because we know the white car was found in, holy cow. He drove across the entire country if that's the case, because he's way up here. This is where he needed to be. A little tiny town here, a little nowhere, from across the country. That's bizarre. All right. Did that work right? Were you guys able to follow along? Hopefully that wasn't too poor. Okay. Poconos is plural for just one Pocono? Yes. So no S on the Pocono Mountains, except for the mountains part. Thank you, KQD. Appreciate the English language correction. I'll try to do better. Look from Moscow to Troy, Idaho to Kendrick to Pocono. Yeah, it's a huge trip. So the university he was at in Washington State is 7.5 miles from Moscow. So basically he was going to school in Washington, says Karen, and then this was just down the road. And then when he fled home. Is that what you're saying? His question about the other arrest puts the difficulty of managing to kill all 4 people without being overpowered. Has me thinking about an accomplice. How can you not wonder? It seems like he was recruiting. It could be around a 5-day drive, because from Logan to New Hampshire took 4 days, says Wombat Mommy. Yeah, that's a long drive. And he would show up all over the place. And think of all the cameras. And if you haven't seen, there's technology that's available right now for cameras, existing camera systems all over the United States. Let me see if I can play a video. I might get a copyright strike from this. I don't want that. But there's a video from, let me pull it up here. Albums. I'm looking for a company called Kipod. KIPOD is the company, and they basically advertise and say you can take your existing camera systems that just watch traffic, or any camera system, courtroom camera system, anything you want, and you can run it through our system, and we can read license plates, we can identify people, it's like a whole true crime, future crime type scenario where it just ties all the systems together, and you can just pick people out and see where they are from all the camera sources. It's everything sci-fi about having a surveillance system that scares you, but it's real, and it's in use right now. And basically the FBI has tools like this at their disposal to track him down. So if he had to drive cross-country, they could have easily picked up cars that look like this Hyundai Elantra and had that clue rise to the surface. Let's see. I'm falling way behind the chat here, so sorry. Let me try to catch up. Do apologize. Okay. One way to catch up that's really easy for me is I just scroll to the bottom, and everything's gone. So if you said something that's important that you want me to answer a question on, please let me know. Who said this here? Who said the? I love this rebrand for Google Earth. Yeah, I like Google Earth. It helps me in my metal detecting efforts as well. Okay. So I bet he had to register his vehicle at WSU, wouldn't you think? There's a good chance if he had a parking pass that the vehicle make and model would be registered in that area. That's true. Scroll equals reset. Yep, it's super easy. So what I say, am I visiting Pocono or am I visiting the Pocono? But it's singular. Recovery Addict, make a lot of comments about that video so we will understand it better. Will that help avoid a copyright strike? Possibly, but the video I have is actually an advertisement produced by KaiPod. It's sort of hard to find. It's sort of dug deep on their website, embedded on the website, and I stripped it from there. But it's one of those. It's an advertisement for government agencies, basically. Scranton is near the northernmost terminus of the Appalachians. He's being held in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Okay, Bitfinex. Thank you for that. Albright. Let me see if we can find some information on that right here. Just 1 minute here. Not Albright syndrome. That was close. Albrightsville. PA inmate search. Look up an inmate. There's an inmate parole locator for PA. Got a disclaimer. First name is Brian. Okay. And last name of Koberger. And I'm not getting a result on that. I'm not getting a hit when I do the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. So I'm wondering if he's being held, like on a different status, so he doesn't show up there. That's the inmate locator. Not sure about that one. All right. Take a look, see what else we have as far as breaking news, see if anyone's covering this. Let's do KRM really quickly. We've got just a 45-second clip we'll take here.
Breaking news right now. We have been able to confirm a suspect has been arrested in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. That's according to the Associated Press. We do know the suspect was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania. Later today, Moscow police will be giving an update today in a press conference. They just announced that press conference on Facebook within the last hour. It will be at 1 this afternoon at Moscow City Hall. According to that AP article that we're citing confirming this arrest, they say that Brian Christopher Koberger, 28 years old, was being held for extradition in this homicide investigation. Now, the department will live stream the press conference on their YouTube page. We will be live streaming the conference on creme.com and have.
Okay, so we're gonna pull up their YouTube page, the department's YouTube page, and have that as one of my live feeds. So I'll be able to watch that as soon as we get, as soon as we have action on that. Let's see. We're gonna bring which system will have that. Let's see. Give me 5 seconds to get to type here. I'm doing my research here as we're talking, so sorry about the lulls in the conversation. It might not be in the system yet. Sometimes databases need time. Usually the jail databases are pretty up to date because they're maintained by the people who take the data. So they're almost like real time. Is what I found. I've had really good luck doing that. So unless they held them in a different facility, which I'm thinking might be the case. Okay. Katrina, what's happening? I actually have to work a bit today. Any bets on whether I got peed on or not? For those that don't know, Katrina is a pet groomer and a phenomenal one at that. She's also a fantastic mod. So when she says any bets on whether I get peed on or not, it's generally animal pee. I don't think, to my knowledge, none of the owners have peed on you. That's just my limited knowledge. I may be wrong though. This morning we were talking about a Knoxville case where a gentleman was in trouble got arrested for peeing in a bush out in front of Walmart, which I thought was okay because everybody does it. But well, let's see. So let's see if I can get this this YouTube link. Okay. It's my son coughing in the background. He actually feels a ton better, but sounds awful. To you. B-E. I've got to get my keyboard fixed. This B button does not play nicely. 35 WH. I'm manually typing in a link because I'm grabbing it off a video feed. Okay, here we go. We'll copy that one. All right, so let's get rid of our Google Earth because we're probably not going to need that again. We know it was a long drive. And let's bring up this feed here. Live in 2 hours. Man, my tummy's rumbling. Can you guys hear that? Honestly, I'm that hungry. Okay, here we go. All right, so we have this pulled up. I'm watching this live. This is the placeholder for the live stream that'll be coming straight from the police department. So we'll be taking that straight from them. Not going to be getting any copyright strikes on that one because this is provided for the media like us, which to share. So we won't have to worry about law and crime or somebody else wanting a piece of the pie when it comes to that. So that is still a little ways away as we wait for that. It may not happen on time. They rarely do. But we'll watch that, and as soon as that happens, we'll get that feed. I'm actually going to turn on the audio right now. So that, nope, not that one. As soon as we do get audio on that, it will just come across the live stream, even if we're not have it on screen. So we won't miss anything there. Okay. All right, let's see where we're at here. I once had my Z button die on a keyboard. Never realized just how often you need the Z. I took the Control V-ing, and a Z I had copied to clipboard until I got a new one. Yeah, this one, my laptop here, I was actually on a live stream about a month ago, and I had one of my true crime mugs, and I spill it. I knocked it over. It was right underneath my microphone. I reached for something, and I knocked it over, just dumped water all over the laptop. And it was probably the wrong thing to do, but I finished the live stream, and then I tried cleaning it up. And everything has worked. Everything has come back. All the letters, the lights have come back and everything, except for the B button. You really have to tell it that you want to push that button for it to work. So I might still have to get that fixed. Okay, let's see. Roxanne, you're here. Should have been here an hour ago, but welcome. I've never seen Scott work so hard. Jake, you've never seen me work at all, right? This is how I work. Can anyone tell me how many hours until the press conference? Yes, we can. We're looking at, I have to zoom in for my poor eyes to see. The police in Moscow are saying that they're going to go in 2 hours, but Law and Crime says it's going to be live in 99 minutes. So Moscow might have had a placeholder that they'll go live before the actual time. Law and Crime says 3:30 p.m. my time, where the police say 4 p.m. So maybe they're asking for a little bit more time as they get ready, but that's where we're at. Little Miss Laura says, I used to work in a vet clinic, animal rescues. I get it. Yeah, it happens. I hate autocorrect. Yep, it gotcha. You gotcha, Sherry. The area I live in is still rural enough to get away with peeing in a bush. Yeah, if you have to pee in a bush, though, you're you're not as rural as you could be. Because if you're really rural, no bush needed. Who pees in Target's bushes, really? That's why they don't have bushes in Target. I mean, we were talking about this morning, how many arrest affidavits include the words at the Walmart or in front of Walmart in it. It probably more than don't. Welcome, TW. Please take your reserved seat. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you as a member. Sandy says, I had to get on the PC to get the join button to work. Yeah, I don't know why iOS, Apple doesn't play well with YouTube that way. Probably because Apple would want a piece of the pie as well. The same deal with the Fortnite game. For those of you that have kids or grandkids that play Fortnite, Apple wanted a piece of every purchase that was made in Fortnite, and so they got in a big fight. I actually have a good friend who was in the upper management of the company that designed Fortnite, and so I got to hear some interesting information behind the scenes about that whole situation. But you still can't get Fortnite on iOS devices currently, as far as your mobile device. Okay, it's a good day for fish and chips. It's always a good day for fish and chips. 6 volt. We need a chippy somewhere here in eastern North Carolina, even if it's an hour drive. I would make that drive to get some good, good old fashioned British fish and chips. Most reports say the suspect is 25. We're hearing he's 28, so we know 20s. I did see one report that said he's in his 20s, probably because there is a discrepancy. But I did see reports that had both. First they said 1 p.m., then they said 4 p.m. Who knows? It might be tomorrow. They are that way. And really there's no one that is going to hold them to that time, even if they're not starting on time. Bitfinix 90 says, by the way, a couple miles from his police station, there's a semi-famous regional paintball warfield. I love watching that. I'm the OCD part of me struggles as you watch somebody play paintball in those arenas. And if you haven't seen this, you might want to Google it on YouTube, just look it up. These guys, they're wearing like protective masks, and they're using a paintball gun, which fires a pellet about the size of a marble that's filled with liquid paint. And when it hits you, it's designed to break and mark you with paint. And it can hurt a little bit if you're not careful, but they wear protective equipment, and it's a fun sport. But watching these guys do it as they start with all these inflatable obstacles on each side of them and run towards each other, they just start firing, and they've got these guns that they're able to trigger, and they're shooting about that fast. Just that was a sound effect. It's rare that you get a sound effect out of me, but that's how fast they shoot. And of course, when you're firing at that rate, you use up quite a few paintballs very quickly. And so they carry on their belts these canisters of paintballs, and they take them and they dump them into the hopper. And what the OCD part of me is like, you're dropping paintballs all over the place. You dropped 20 of them instead of neatly dumping them in, but they're shooting as fast as they can fill their hoppers. Anyway, so you mentioned a paintball field. That was interesting, Bitfinix. Side note, squirrel. Yeah. Have none of you heard of the new Acme urinal? No need for bushes. The highlighted messages aren't up. I will put them back up. Sorry about that. Thank you, that guy. I appreciate you catching me on that one. And I was behind on chat, so they've been down for a while, I think. You made it funny. Apple wants a piece of the pie. I did make it funny and didn't realize it. I have skill that way. It would be funnier if I knowingly made the comment, but it just fell out that direction. You should see the Walmarts in Florida during hurricane season. Entertainment for days. We'll have to get a live stream from one of those. Obviously, Floridas are no joking matter. We have quite a few members here from Florida, some of them who, even Fort Myers area, who got hit really hard. It's no joking matter, but at the same time, people do crazy things, and we like to watch that a little bit. Let's see. An hour is too far for a chippy? No, it's been so long since I've had real fish and chips. I would drive. What was that sound again? No, you get one shot. You're going to have to get it on the replay, Laura. Sorry. Let's see here. You say it's always been 1 p.m., 4 p.m., 9 p.m. As far as the different time zones, it's always been this time. Yeah, probably some of the other channels have an earlier start time because they're going to do a pre-roll where they'll cover it and just some background. Sort of what we're doing here as we get ready for it. I was so proud to have my winter grass come up, and now so warm and dry it needs rain and cold. Can't win. You know, in North Carolina, you know it's winter because the dandelions are blooming. In the West, it was summertime that the dandelions bloomed. But here, where I'm at now, there's always something in bloom. Even during winter, even if it snows outside, there's usually some flowers or something that's still blooming. And I love that about being here. It's so much warmer, although I do miss ice fishing. Okay, if it's a good chippy, 4 hours is worth it. Ola, I'm with you on this one, 100%. I want the chips wrapped in paper. I want some nice, strong vinegar, none of this weak stuff that we get in the U.S. I want the good stuff that sort of half eats away your tongue as you're eating it. You need the acidity level to be right up there, and more salt than is healthy to consume in a year. And with all those things combined, that makes a good chippy. My son is 32 and still does the squirrel thing. I've got it bad. I try to stay focused, but if there's something shiny, it will catch my attention. North Carolina dandelions are a nuisance. All year long you have to fight them. Roxanne, where I'm at, they only bloom during the winter. And so that's the only time I really worry about them. Wonder how Ashley Goliard feels about this breaking news. Should we find out? Let's see. Let's pull up TikTok here and see if... What was her account? Was it Ashley is in the Book of Life? Was that who it was?
So you came to see the Omega, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so
you
sorry.
came to see the...
We've got audio playing that shouldn't be playing here.
The Omega, yeah?
Yes.
One second.
You have two choices here.
Okay.
There's a lawsuit.
That's a good soundbite. Okay, so Ashley's in the Book of Life. This is the individual who was on TikTok. I'm trying to find her last TikTok. Okay, she has not said anything. She's still posting stuff about Rebecca Schofield. Hashtag Rebecca Schofield, who was Rebecca was the University of Idaho professor. Oh man, okay. I don't want to bring up her TikTok because unfortunately she could hit me with a copyright strike for reposting it. But I will tell you that that this individual who goes by Ashley is the Book of Life. Ashley is in the Book of Life on TikTok, and her subtitle says Ashley Solves Mysteries. She uses tarot card readings to find answers. She came up with a solution that this professor from the University of Idaho had either conducted or coordinated the killings of these 4 students. There's a federal lawsuit filed in Idaho against her because of this. She refused to comply with some takedowns requests, some warnings that legal representation for the professor sent her, and she's basically doubled down and is still doing more of the same. She has 113,000 followers on TikTok with over 2.6 million likes, and her videos have been shared many times. So that lawsuit is going to go forward. But she hasn't posted anything about this recent arrest. We have ice fishing in Illinois. It's fishing while drinking. I actually watch videos of people ice fishing, and I get jealous. Let's see. J-Kid says, hello, just heard. Let's sit tight and wait now, see if this is the right guy. Seriously, we're hoping. We know that there's some pieces of the puzzle that we're hearing that match up. We've got some information that he was going to school not far from this. We've got information that he is interested in crime. We have information that tends to say that he has a a vehicle that matches, or access to a vehicle that matches the suspect, the suspected or the vehicle of interest, the white Hyundai Elantra. Lots of that going on. Let's see. My stepdad said men who go ice fishing would rather sit on a bucket in the freezing cold rather than go home to their wife. Little Miss, one day I'll share my story. I took Mrs. R.A. out ice fishing one time. It will not happen again. Even if I wanted to, she will not come with me again. But she's not a big fan, let's put it that way. And I'm so glad, I believe it was while we were dating that we did this. I'm positive it was while we were dating that we went ice fishing. And I'm so glad she didn't dump me because of that, because she's amazing. And it was not the best of dates. I think she's going to lose some followers. I don't know. You wonder. I think she's going to lose some money in this lawsuit. I think that's going to hit her pretty hard. The press conference is 4 p.m. Is that Idaho time? Ashley, Roxanne, let's see what I've got. Yeah, 4 p.m. Idaho time, for sure, which is about 117 minutes from now, according to these guys right here. That's the Moscow Police Department, the YouTube page for them, and we'll be watching that. That's where we're going to have the live stream, so it will be the original source that will be carrying that. We will watch it from a couple other places as well, just in case they have some other information. But, all right. Yes, we are covering the press conference for the Idaho 4, Danny, 100%. That's what we're here for. We were doing a little bit of digging beforehand just to see who this gentleman was that's been arrested in Scranton, PA. We got his name. We got this picture right here, which is the arrest photo from him. You see he's wearing some great prison-provided protective vest there. But his name, we're told, is Brian Christopher Koberger. He's either 25 or 28. We know he's in his 20s. We're told that he went to school out west, like in Washington, just across the border from Moscow, Idaho. We're also told that he had he was like a criminal justice type student, like a criminology type student, and that at one point for a paper or a research project he was doing, he sent a survey. And these are allegations. We haven't been able to match up, for sure that this was him. But there's a survey that's being circulated on Reddit that says that he sent this out with questions to people, and it had these questions. It said things like, he's asking for people who commit crimes or who have committed crimes to anonymously answer this and say, did you struggle with a fight? Did you struggle with or fight with the victim? How did you travel to and enter the location that the crime occurred? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this point. After committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? How did you leave the scene? What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Please detail any thoughts and feelings you had at this point. Just crazy, crazy questions. And if those are true, if those match up, which so far it's looking, if it's a fake, it was done very well and very quickly, because this was done a long time before this arrest was announced. It dates back quite a ways. Deboning pike is a skill. Took me years to develop. I've only caught one pike, and that was in England, in a canal, but it was about 20 pounds, which was my personal best. I had to kneel on the thing because it was writhing like an alligator, and I had a metal leader and no gloves, but I managed to get the hook out of its mouth and release the fish, and I think it survived, and I did as well, which was a miracle. Let's see. We don't have enough ice to go ice fishing. We don't have any ice here. It's super warm. We're looking at 68 degrees right now. Let's see. Abby says, gosh, I'm real late. No, it's fine, Abby. We've got a little bit of time before the press conference starts from Moscow. But we're excited. We're just doing some research, digging up all the information we can on this individual who was arrested in Scranton, PA, all the way across the country in this connection with this case. So he'll be extradited to Idaho. Roxanne says, Recovery Addicts, when you get the time, check out Kevin's World on YouTube. He's a great kid with ACC. He loves detecting and has a few videos teaching about it. His special needs with so much joy. I will. I think you told me about this before, and I think I've watched one of those. I've got a couple people I follow that metal detect that have special needs and just love the hobby, and it's so much fun to watch them do that. It's really good. Danny from LA, would you ever collaborate with another YouTuber? Yes, Danny, we actually have YouTubers. We've got people like Weatherwatch just down here who's been on the channel as well. We have a lawyer from Texas who is Matthew Harris. Matthew Harris Law is his name. If you actually type in chat, let's see if you do this. If you put !MHL like that in chat, it should put a link to him. We've had him up on the channel a couple times. If the link works, come on. Of course, it's not working when I said that. I might have to refresh that one. Well, we'll get that one working. But Matthew Harris has been on a couple times. We're going to have him on video. He's a YouTuber as well. And it's great. MHL. Does it have to be lowercase, Abby? Is that what I did? I'm still new to some of these triggers and commands we've got set up in chat just to make the job for mods a little easier. But
are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We can do that. We can cover that if we need to. Biden was born in Scranton. It's a dump. Let's see. It's 83 in South Florida. That is so different from how it was just a week ago. Yeah, Abby, I don't know. I'll have to fix that one. I created it right before we went live, and I didn't have time to test it, so I probably did something wrong, but I'll fix that here. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Let's see if there's anybody else who has more updates. I'm looking particularly into information about the suspect himself. Let's see what Fox News or Fox had.
There's now been an arrest in the case of those Idaho murders. Again, 4 students murdered on November 13th. We do have the mugshot of the individual who's now been arrested in connection to that, and want to put it up here on your screen. So this, again, is just a developing story.
Okay, so this is the same photo that we have. This was provided by the government, by the jail. But let's see if they have any additional information, especially regarding his car.
Keeping track of right here for you on live now from Fox. A suspect in the killing of those students was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania, and law enforcement has been confirming that with our Fox News digital teams. Now, arrest paperwork filed in Monroe County Court said Brian Christopher Koberger, 28 years old, was being held for extradition.
Okay, so they're saying he's 28. Other places saying he's 24. That guy just posted, says WSU CMJ criminal justice website just took down their graduate students page. That was where he was a part of. Did anyone get a screenshot of that before it went down? Abby, thank you for linking Matthew Harris's channel. He's someone we do collaborate with and is here frequently. He's a real lawyer down in Texas. A great gentleman, and he has some fun content. It's worth giving it a follow and watching his videos. Let's see what else they've got for us here.
To Idaho, where he faces a first-degree murder charge. A law enforcement official did confirm the arrest, also with the Associated Press, on condition of anonymity, because obviously they have a lot of work ahead of them still to do, and they said they could not publicly
struggled with that anonymity
details
word.
of the investigation ahead of a formal announcement, which is expected later here on Friday. Now, those 4 students, again, were stabbed to death in a rental home near campus sometime in the early morning hours of November 13th, and the slayings initially had mystified those in charge of the investigation. They did say that they were not able to at first name a suspect or even locate a murder weapon for multiple weeks. But as this case broke out, law enforcement had asked the public's help, which did mean that they then had thousands upon thousands of tips come into the police department. They combed through those tips.
Okay, so here's a question for you. If this guy is as creepy as people are saying, if he is like a serial killer in the making type thing is how they're sort of painting him, do you think that with this being, if this was his first murder, if first of all, if he did this, and if this was his first murder, do you think he would have done things that have been seen in other cases? Would he have kept a memento? Would he have, would he have plans or writings or something that would link him? Would he have kept the murder weapon or something like that? I wonder if there's evidence that way, all the way over in Scranton or in his vehicle or something that may link all the way back to Idaho. Let's see. I think he was at a different university, a couple miles away, is my understanding. Let's see. I'm going to have a few tabs open. Your channel will be one for sure. I feel the need to support a few people. Danny, thanks for being here. Just you being here is plenty of support. Wonderful. Do check back sometime. We go live.
I don't consent to that name.
Danny from LA. How about that? We'll call you that. Definitely kept a memento, says KTB. Yeah, I wonder if that may be like the evidence that's needed when there's no witness, when we don't have somebody who can just put him right there in that room, when all the people who saw him are dead, unless there's another arrest coming. They're saying that the white Hyundai was towed from where they got him, so he was found with the Hyundai. You can use the Wayback Machine for finding the WSU page for graduate students. We might have to do that. It's just going to be another photo, or the name's him, right? Oh, man. Let's see here. Jake lost an uncle yesterday. Funeral's Tuesday. Oh, man. I am so sorry. Schoolmate's funeral is Monday, man. Entire family is leaving for Vietnam for a month on Saturday. We'll be alone on New Year's and B-Day. Jake, I'm sorry. Man, if there's something we could do to boost your spirits, just know we're here for you. We're thinking of you. Appreciate you here. You've been fantastic to have around. We'll be here and pop your head in if you need somebody to talk to. I'm sorry that happened, going through some tough times. Catlaw says, recovery addict. Scranton is in Lackawanna County, so why has he been held in Monroe County? Don't know. We don't know, other than it was sort of on the lowdown, but that's where we got the paperwork from. Let's see. Hey, that guy, can you send the picture from the website to the burner phone? Just put !burner in chat and it'll post the number. I'd love to take a look at that. Of course, I've got the burner phone is blowing up still. You guys are absolutely amazing. I might have it already. Let's see here. Okay. Golden Mom sent me some information. Golden Mom, you're in Florida, right? Man arrested in Monroe County, PA, in connection to the Idaho murders. Let's see what this one says. Okay, we've got that. And the next one. So a screenshot of a screenshot. And so I'm clicking on buttons that are actually part of the picture. Okay, the next one was posted by Ethan's brother, Eric. Huge press conference today. That's all I will say. Got a call at 10:56 last night, and it's been hard to fall back asleep. This other one says, someone on Facebook shared this regarding 2 in custody. Unsure how that's reliable. Idaho homicides, Idaho 4, Moscow. I will have to dig that one. These names are different. These names in custody are different. I don't want to put any names out there until we get some confirmation. Maybe we'll hear more about that during the press conference. But we did hear allegedly that this individual, when he was arrested, asked if other people were arrested. There's a Reddit thread on this guy where the screenshot is also posted. Kitty Cat, yes, I believe that. Reddit is the front page of the internet. If it's happening on Reddit. The only downside is the trolls happen on Reddit as well. And they are so good at producing information that's completely inaccurate and doing it just to throw people off. We've seen that happen in other cases already, even with Daryl Brooks, Reddit page information about some fake jurors and stuff. So I hesitate to go there just because it's so hard to authenticate. We're looking at stuff that we really need more information on just to confirm if what we're seeing is real. That's why I tell you guys, don't try to take any action on anything ever, but including contacting people. Let's let the police do that. He was probably in all the live streams about the murder. Yeah, it's if the whoever wrote those questions in that quiz, something's wrong in their head, I think. I wonder if this guy wanted to create the Gary Ridgway University. Okay, so the extradition, the hearing is going to be on the 3rd. So that's going to be early next week. That he's going to be an extradition hearing. And that's in the document we showed earlier, that we got from the docket sheet. Let's see, where was that at? It's on a PDF here. Here we go. So here's the information about the extradition, I believe. Denying motion to set bail, so no bail. It says order granting extradition there, but let's find the other one. The court summary. Okay, so here, for all you mathematicians, 1994. Hey Siri, what is 2022 minus 1994? This is authentic. It's 28. So according to these court papers, he's 28. And this is something I generally trust. They usually get the birthdays right. The statute. Let's look up the statute real quick. This is arrest prior to requisition. So that's what they're talking about. So they arrested him for transport related to extradition of persons not present in demanding state at the time of the commission of the crime. So he's not present in Idaho, but having fled from justice, with having been convicted of a crime in that state, having escaped from confinement, or having broken the terms of his bail, probation, or parole. So that's all it tells us here. That doesn't tell us the actual charge. And I believe currently what I've heard is there's only one charge that they've got on the books for him, but there will be more if he's actually the one guilty. I'll be back for the conference. I need a shower now that I can breathe a little. Thanks, Miss Chris. We'll see you in a little bit. Did he have family in PA and went about Christmas like all normal? Kat, we'll hopefully find that information out. Georgia, the fact that 4 people were killed in that house and that 2 people were still in the house and never heard anything is bizarre. Order to grant is today. That yes, but we also saw that there's a date on the 3rd, somewhere on that document. I don't know where it is. I'll have to look for it again. That says that there's going to be a hearing on the 3rd regarding extradition. See, I just downloaded a document that says he's going to Monroe County Prison. Okay, so the prison, I can see that, with the FBI being involved in the arrest, sometimes people who haven't been convicted. As a matter of fact, in the case we talked about this morning, He was held in a prison even when he hadn't been convicted yet because of a weird situation. So that can happen occasionally. Employment opportunities. No, we don't need that. Visitation policy. Nope, not going to do that either. Okay. The prison does not have an inmate roster that I can see there. So I'm not seeing that at all. Direct message me something I found. I'm hearing there's a probable cause warrant posted online, but I can't find anyone. Yeah, if there's a arrest affidavit, probable cause warrant, let's take a look for that. If somebody can find that, send it to the burner phone and then send a chat here to in chat so we can find that. Looks like his apartment is being searched now. It says Golden Mom. Lots of speculation. I don't know on this one, Kara, if he had family in the area. We've heard that somebody said that he thought he might have been romantically interested in one of the victims. Ideas about how he got in, that's all speculation right now. We're not sure. Hopefully we get some answers. Christine Holloway says a white Hyundai Elantra was removed from the Pennsylvania home where Koberger was apprehended Friday. 2 law enforcement sources told NBC. Right, that matches what we were looking for, and that's good. That means that basically that probably was one of the clues that led them to him. But we don't know if this was where he lived. We don't know if he was in like a short-term rental. He was on the run and just trying to get away. If he just fled to the other side of the country to try to hide. If so, they might have known who he was when they told us to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. They may have already known who he was. They might have had his name. Just been playing their cards close to the chest. He's being extradited to Idaho, so he may not be on the official PA roster. Ann, I think you're right there. Stay away from Reddit. My former sister-in-law gets on Reddit and begs people for money, anything with lies she tells. She has moved to Michigan. I'll stay away from Reddit just for that, Roxanne. I sent some of his writings to your DM, maybe. Last Poet, did you send it to the burner phone? Let's see. Amber says the Reddit username criminology student has been removed now. There's a photo to the post. That was the research participation needed post. He went to school in Washington and PA for criminology. He was arrested in the same county when they announced today they made an arrest. He was in school for criminal law, criminal research of some sort. Miss Chris sent an image as well. Let me see if I can find this one. All right. Popping in for a second, says Kathy. Recover Addict documents are already being sealed. Yeah, things are disappearing. And I'm not sure if it's sealed so much as just they might have had an order from the cops to retain everything, to save it. and internal policy might be to pull that offline as well. So if an order went out to social media, accounts and things like that, it will disappear. No Twitter, Scott. Okay, yep, it's gone. Why would he travel so far unless this was premeditated? Great question. Maybe we'll find out. I'm hoping. Let's see. Let's see what we have on the wait timer. Showing, you guys can probably see that better than me. Showing 93 minutes till Moscow says they're going to go live. Law and Crime is going to go live a little bit sooner than that, but they just have what we have right now. But this is the source. When this goes live, that's when the press conference begins with the Moscow police, the city of Moscow YouTube account. And look, I'm not subscribed. I should probably take care of that, shouldn't I? The wrong mouse. I'm on the wrong computer. I'm a subscriber now. There we go. Okay. As big as this case is internationally, interesting to see who granted him safe harbor. Michelle, who are you talking about there on the safe harbor? And it sounds to me, if this guy was a criminal justice student, there's no way he was unaware of what was happening in this investigation. If anything, he knew exactly what was happening and was following it closely. Can you imagine being one of his classmates and hearing the news, or being one of the survey participants that's like, man. Lil Miss court docs. Let me see if I can post them for you. I've downloaded a couple. For those that don't know, Lil Miss and Toxic, just here in chat, run a Discord page called As the Gavel Drops, which we use quite a bit. They've been kind enough to open it up to our little community. And if you hit the exclamation point Discord in chat and post that, you'll see the link there that you can join. You can see this. They have information about a million cases. Lil Miss, where can I post these? Where do you want me to post it on Discord? Kathy says I retweeted the probable cause documents. Let me check that out on Twitter real quick. All right. Okay, I've got that here. Let me pull that up. And Kathy, thank you for this. Too many windows. I need more. I need more devices, more windows than I have right now. Okay, so we'll bring that one over. Okay, so let's bring this up so we can look at this together. Oh, looks like you already are. Sorry, you watched me behind the scenes. Let me see if I can read this here. This is a police criminal complaint. It looks like it was faxed to somebody on today's date with a fax header. I didn't know fax machines still existed, but apparently they still do somewhere. Looks like an incident docket number. It's got Brian Christopher Koberger on the name. Affidavit of probable cause. Your affidavit is Trooper Justin. Okay, that's right. Pennsylvania State Police. I've served as a detective in the Lackawanna County District Attorney's Office, a special agent with the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General, the task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and currently as a trooper with Pennsylvania State Police. Throughout my career, I've conducted hundreds of criminal investigations, including numerous homicide investigations. Your affiant is the trooper Brian V. Knoll. Okay, I've been assigned the criminal investigation. Okay, he's a good guy. On Thursday, December 30th, the Pennsylvania State Police were assisting the Moscow Police Department, Moscow, Idaho State Police, and the FBI with criminal homicide investigation. On the same date, Brian C. Koberger was taken into custody in Chestnut Hill Township, Monroe County, Pennsylvania, based on a motive arrest warrant for murder in the first degree. Issued through the Moscow Police Department. So murder in the first degree. The arrest warrant was confirmed through the NCIC with the number, and it basically is set forth here. Here's the affidavit. To the best of my knowledge, is true and correct, and it's signed. So that's what they did. And he's the individual who allegedly took him to custody. So that all adds up with the names that we've seen on the other documents. So thank you, Kathy, for that. I appreciate that. Okay. I bet this guy has a Ted Bundy poster in his bedroom. That's funny. Arrest was made in Chestnut Hill Township, PA. Right. So as we're chasing things, we're not sure exactly where he went. As far as who's holding him, because I can't find a jail, an inmate roster with him on there. Okay. Hey, Michelle, do we know if it was an Idaho plate on the car? We'll have to look and see who's got that information. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna jump over here and take this feed.
Surprised that this suspect was highly educated.
This is from ABC
they,
News.
In fact, anticipated something like that. In addition to the crime scene, right? This off-campus home, it's a popular house. It's a 6-bedroom house. It remains a crime scene, and in fact, biohazard teams were supposed to start their initial
They were supposed to start yesterday.
there today. They actually went to the house and then were told to leave. The property management company, who's been working closely with law enforcement to schedule this, told us that they were alerted that there's been a major break in this case, and so the cleanup of that crime scene will be postponed. It'll just have to wait for now, Terry.
Okay, so yeah, DeSales University. We'll switch over here. DeSales University cannot be pleased at this point, right? That's the university where he was doing the survey from, right? This guy wanted attention, and boy, did he get that. This is Katerina. Having been anywhere near him for any reason whatsoever would be horrifying and revolting realization. Let's see. There's so many rumors of Brian. Which ones do you believe? Seriously, there's so much out there, and half of what we're hearing will be completely bizarre and not related to this case. Hopefully, we'll have some information that will solidify the direction we can look here as we get the actual update. Let's see. Let's go over here. Okay, so we're still waiting. 85 minutes is what it's showing on the Moscow Police Department YouTube page before they go live with the updates. All I can say is follow Gibbs' rule of always carry your knife. Too bad there was no way these students could have defended themselves. Yeah, it's a tragedy. If you use a PC, you can plug up to like 8 monitors into it, says Jim Bob. I use Macs. As a matter of fact, I have 2 iPads, a MacBook Pro, and an iMac that are connected all to an 8-port switcher, which you can't see down here. And then I've got another 3-port switcher, which runs my camera and the green screen for that into my 8-port. And then I've also got some instant replay devices so I can slow down. So if we get like body camera footage, things like that we need to see frame by frame, I can load that into the replay and go back and play it back and forth. But we've got all the toys. Plus we have all our sound effects, so we can...
There's a lawsuit.
We can hit those whenever we need to. Okay. Let's see how much coffee is too much. I'm asking for a friend, right? 6 volt. See, they're keeping us hanging on the charges. This is the first one. They use that as a placeholder for the extradition, and the actual charges are probably going to be updated here within 48 hours or so after he's in custody. But they'll charge him with the maximum crime they think they can stick on him. And so if they have a weak case, it may not be. I mean, it may not be. You'll see what happened in like Sarah Boone instance, for example. She's facing a second-degree murder charge, not a first-degree, because it would be very difficult for them to prove premeditation. And so that's why you'll see that here as well. But I imagine they're going to go for the full capital here. That's what it said already. Monroe County, PA is holding him. He's just not showing up on the roster, and I haven't been able to find him anywhere. I think they saw a car on body cam in front of the house, but never mentioned the license plate. Yeah, Basic Brittany, I'm not sure. I think they saw it. They said they saw it in the background of when a police officer was doing another traffic stop or a pedestrian stop of some sort. They saw around that same time period. So they've seen it a couple different places, and it was a good solid lead, and that's why they released it and said, hey, we want information about this vehicle, if anyone's seen something like that. Why clean so fast? Originally, they said the other day that they were letting the crew in to clean because of the biohazard concern. Basically, mold. It's a crime scene with a lot of Kool-Aid. I mean, how do you describe that? It's a gruesome crime scene, and it can go bad and rot really. 45 minutes. I'm showing a little bit longer. I'm showing 82 minutes according to Moscow. I was wondering how culpable the university would be. Exodus, I don't know if they would be culpable at all. I don't see, barring some weird information that comes out that would show that they had any idea that he was doing this or planning this. I don't think there would be any. Let's see. Last Poet says, I sent what I had to some guy in England. What's your Twitter? You can find me at, let me get my actual Twitter for you. Just 1 second. I don't know my Twitter handle off the top of my head. I've got to switch to my other account because I have so many different accounts for all the different things I do. Okay, so I have when I used to be involved in the news media, I have an account that I have all my connections with public information officers and everything there, but we don't want that one. Recover Addict 2. So the @ Recover Addict 2 on Twitter is me, Last Poet. So Recovery Addict and the number 2. I do wonder if they got him on video, other than the car going in the background, like a video that we can actually pin on him, that we can say, yeah, we recognize him, he was there. It might be a gas station video, it might be something like that. Sherry, I'm not sure if the extradition is going to happen today or if it's going to happen on the 3rd, because we've seen some documents from PA that say the 3rd. But maybe they'll make that clear during the press conference. They'll definitely do forensics on the car, 100%. He drove behind the house the next day. It's on video. So went back to the scene. You guys are sending me all sorts of links to stuff. Let's see. This is the merit pages. Class of 2018 from Albrightsville, PA. That would indicate that he seems to be the PA would be his home. He was on the dean's list as a psych student. Interesting. Thank you, that guy. I'm not going to share that one here live, but just fascinating. The crew is preparing to take items out of the house in Moscow, Idaho, where the murders happened. So this is Brian. Brian from News Nation is posting a short video on Twitter. They're setting up a tarp to block the view. He also says Koberger is listed as a PhD student at Washington State University studying criminology. Washington State, are they the Huskies? He was also listed as having graduated with a Master's of Arts in Criminal Justice from DeSales University in Pennsylvania in May of 2022. And he's the individual who told us that he asked if anyone else was taken into custody at the time of his arrest. Kathy says, okay, going back to work on my other stuff. If I get anything else, I'll let you know. Also, credit for my information should go to the docket. Thank you, Kathy. You did forward that, and your tweet was appropriately did reference that, but I just appreciate you bringing it to our attention. Amber says, recovery addict, he won't show on the holding facility roster since he's been extradited. He will be on the jail roster of the receiving facility. They might find his blood at the scene, but they should find some of the victim's blood in his car. Okay. I should use Twitter more to announce I'm going live. You know, I should use all of them more. I should live stream now that I've got my gigabit internet. I should live stream on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube at the same time. Vehicle was towed from his parents' house. That guy, thanks for that link, by the way. I'm behind in chat, but I appreciate you sending that to me. Mr. Pickle just sent me one as well. Thank you for educating us. I'm so hooked on you. Tell Mrs. Pickle not to get upset with our addiction to you or your channel. Mrs. R.A. is not as big a pickle fan as I am, but she did make one the other day and said I need to slow down on the pickle consumption because I'm not leaving enough for everybody else. Let's see. Douglas says, recovery addict, more and more personal security ring cams are registered with the local law enforcement office. Yeah, and we're seeing ring footage show up in court more and more often. They got him from someone informing on him, you presume. Possibly, and maybe that might be why he allegedly said, was anyone else arrested? Basically seeing if somebody else had told on him. Police have executed a search warrant on his Washington apartment, have been there since 7:30 in the morning. Thank you, Sanita, for that information. Wonder what they find there. That would be... I wonder if in all these arrests and the subsequent searches, if they will find a murder weapon. Wasn't it internet sleuths who pointed the authorities to his vehicle in a photo or video? Sherry, I know internet sleuths have found a lot of information, but I'm not sure if they were the first ones to bring it up. The university wouldn't be culpable, but a big dent in reputation, especially if this guy's just a hanger-on PhD candidate, can take up to 12 semesters claiming still working on PhD. Lots of academic deadwood. He had a killer GPA. Oh, too soon. Is that drive behind the house the one where he's on the street while the reporter is talking? J-Kid, if you've got the video, can you send me a link on the burner phone? We'll look at that. Okay, I'm going to go back and watch a little bit more of this this ABC feed. I'll bring that on here.
On ABC News Live.
Not that part. So we'll wait. Let me back up a little bit and see what else they had. Okay, so they have a little bit of video about that car. Okay, let's take this part.
That authorities were looking for, was
Talking
Brian
about the car
Coburn
here.
driving that white Elantra. There were also other people believed to be inside that car. Where are they? What's going on with them? Also, police said from the get-go, this was an isolated and targeted attack. I hope that we can learn why they thought
So
that at the
you'll have a
beginning
screenshot right
and
here if that's from the
continue
video.
to believe that
It's
throughout
like
the
a cell phone
investigation. Again,
picture of a
authorities have
screenshot
been
of the video.
tight-lipped this entire time. They said they were responding to thousands of tips across this entire country, which you are seeing today as an arrest made thousands of miles away. So clearly everybody has been highly involved in this. They're not leaving one stone unturned, and so I hope that they give all of that information. One thing I also want to add, Terry, is when you see all this body cam footage from these responding officers in this community from months past, I thought what it really goes to show is how involved these officers are in this community. And we were told time and time again that these officers know these kids, and you see that play out, right?
Okay, so this is that's fascinating on that front. With it being a small town, this wasn't just cops and some random kids. The officers actually recognize and know these people. They interact. But the car that drove behind the house, well, the reporter's talking. I think that was the screenshot of the one you were talking about. One more hour. We're getting there. We're close. Take a quick look here. I'm covering up the. 72 minutes is what they're showing on their official page. So hopefully here soon we'll start to have some motion on this. Law enforcement has done a fantastic job on this case, and they've taken a lot of heat. We know that they couldn't share everything they have in the investigation, and they won't today. There will still be glaring questions that they know the answers to that they will not give us at this press conference. They'll say the investigation is active, it's still ongoing. Here's what we can give you. And we'll get a little bit, but they're not going to tell us everything. But what will be interesting is to find out, and we'll probably find out during the court phase if this goes to trial, exactly when they did find out some of this information, when they knew his name, when they knew he was a suspect.
Today night.
Let's see. I just ate my last spicy maple bourbon pickle chip with a turkey sandwich for lunch, so I have to go through all the press conference pickleless. Oh, that's awful, KQD. It's awful. I will say my local store is out of the SMB pickles, and it's my fault. I think I bought every one they have. Brian just tweeted the clean crew is preparing to take items out of the house. He has a video with them tarping the back. I saw that video. That's amazing footage there. They're probably preserving that now. Let's see. Okay. This man will never be me, says Ed. He was apprehended in Monroe County, not in Scranton. So why are they telling us in Scranton? Is that just the largest city in the area, and that's the name that we all know, when it was really not there? Bet this guy's already in Idaho, law enforcement hands. I don't think so. Just from the docket information we have out of PA today. It's the first academic spree killer I've heard of. Okay. The why, Ken, on this case, we don't know yet. I'm not sure if we will ever know. Sometimes we find out, sometimes we don't. Unfortunately, The closure that comes to these families is often incomplete, and they're left with more questions, even though they found out the who. Some of those, the why and hows. Sometimes we know the how, but the why just is just going to be a big question mark in some cases. The probable cause affidavit for the arrest. No, we just have the arrest document that Kathy linked that we read here earlier. That's the only thing we've had. Looks like his nose got broken once upon a time. I agree. I noticed that. I don't know why it's buffering. I've got gigabit internet. It's supposed to be super fast. Chief of Monroe County Detective is my close friend. If the press conference doesn't reveal these answers, I will call him. Sherry, do it, and then let us know. So into time speed, almost caught up, says Josh. Yeah, watch me on high speed. It's a lot more fun. That's an amazing source. He probably won't give you anything he's not supposed to, but you never know. Okay. He lives in Albrightsville. This is the Carbon County, PA. That's Carbon County, PA. Okay. Miss Pris says, you have me interested in that pickle. I don't usually go for a sweet pickle. I'm the garlicky, zesty dill kind of girl. Miss Pris, I'm not a sweet pickle fan either. I was straight dill for most of my life. I can eat a bread and butter pickle, but it wasn't my favorite. But these spicy maple bourbon pickles, they have such a blend of flavor. There is a little bit of that bread and butter flavor to it, that sweetness. But at the same time, you've got the maple and then the aftertaste. It's a short hit of heat. It's there and then it goes away. It doesn't like leave your mouth burning for a long time. It's just the combination is phenomenal. I'd like to see it actually in a flavor of potato chips. I want a spicy maple bourbon pickle potato chip flavor. So if anyone has connections on that front, let me know. Chandra says authorities match his DNA to the crime scene. Apparently, that would be a huge connection. Where are you seeing that from? Do we have any sources on that, Chandra? I'm late. Is that the suspect? It is. Here's what we know. Okay, this is the suspect that the picture that's been released out of Monroe County, Pennsylvania, about the arrest. He's been extradited back to Idaho to face capital murder charge regarding this case. Let's see. It seems to me the law enforcement maybe picked up a license plate on that white sedan immediately in vicinity of a kid's house in the time frame of the crime, maybe from camera somewhere in the neighborhood behind the house. Weather Watch says RA is a big deal around here. We need to have a big deal merch item. I'll work on that. Having trouble finding the video he was talking about who's driving behind the house the day after. There are so many videos out there. I understand the trouble hunting it down. And it's probably just a little tiny clip of one too. I come at SMB pickles from the bread and butter side of the jar. CNN said they matched the DNA. Okay, so that's a fairly good source. Let's see. Costco had these spicy petite pickles, and they were so good, but now they're gone. I can't find them anywhere. Kitty Cat, try these SMB pickles. Any Walmart should have them. $3.84. It's money well spent in my book. I'm a big pickle fan, though. The dull one says, nice voice, man. Real easy to listen to. Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining up in chat. If you like it, you're welcome to click the subscribe button, because today only it's free. It's free. And we do this every day. We do a live show, usually 2 to 8 hours a day. We go live every day of the week and sometimes on the weekends. So Mount Olive Pickle Company has a pickle drop New Year's Eve. Might have to make a trip there. That's not far from me. Any particular brand makes a huge difference. Miss Pris, of the subject, the SMB pickles, the subject matter pickles, I was trying to say, the spicy maple bourbon pickles, I've only found them made under Sam's Choice brand, which is a Walmart brand. That's the only one I've ever found. I haven't found any other brands that makes the same flavor. If I found them, Miss Chris found them. That was it. That's all you needed. I love them. They're amazing. I hope they sponsor the show. I do not want to be sponsored by Walmart. Okay, I'm not seeking that, but I would love to be sponsored by those pickles. If there's a way to be sponsored just by a subset of Walmart, just a single item.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
That's what I was trying to say. I've said that so many times when I try to talk about pickles. I say subject matter jurisdiction. Submit it to Lay's when they have their contest for flavors. I should do that. And then if I win, maybe they will sponsor the show. He was friends with one of the victims on social media, apparently. We've seen that. I haven't seen the actual connection for myself, but I've heard that rumor that he was at least acquainted with one of them. Ken, yeah, half of what I say can be taken out of context, and probably would make for a good little a meme video. But hopefully nobody showed up right then. Famous Dave's makes a good spicy sweet pickle chip. I'll have to try that one. Little Miss from AP News, an extradition hearing is scheduled for Tuesday. That's the 3rd. That's what we're looking at. That's what we saw in our documents, although every time I pull them up, I can't find it. But it's there. It's on the 3rd. So we believe he will still be in PA at least until Tuesday. Last posting from the TikTok woman was 8 hours ago. Yeah, she has not said a thing. This is the woman who says that she used her tarot cards to determine that an Idaho University professor was actually the one who either committed or coordinated the murder of these 4 students. And she, in spite of being issued a threat letter from the lawyers on several of them, and basically having no evidence other than her own suspicion to back herself up, she's doubled down on that and posted video after video after video saying that this lady and this other random person are the guilty members. She has not posted anything since this news is broken. Rosie from Tucson, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Good to have you here on board with us. I appreciate you very much supporting the channel. Sherry says, I tossed 2 full jars of Clausen dill pickles yesterday. I discovered I dislike spears. Dislike the spears. I'm not a big fan of the spears. I like the whole or the sliced. Andy, yes, the account of the woman on TikTok is Ashley's in the Book of Life. That is her account, and it's basically the last 60 videos all have to do with this case and her thinking that this college professor is the one who did it. MCR Mama Nikki says, I'm late. Well, late. You're late, but you're here. You should have been here 2 hours ago, but at least you're here. We'll take that. Nikki, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I like the whole ones that snap when you bite them. Mars, the trick to that is keep them very cold, like just above freezing. Cold, cold, cold. And that helps. Not big on mushy pickle spears. Yeah, they need to be firm. And I like that about these the SMB pickles. Welcome, Rosie from Tucson. We'll save you a seat up front. Thank you, KQD. Appreciate you being a member. The back on the top shelf. MCR says, literally just got on YouTube today. Today is my only day to sleep in. You just got on YouTube. Today is my only day to sleep in. Well, you missed a little bit this morning. We had a fun little show about a case that will drive you crazy. It had more signs, more handwritten signs than Darrell Brooks' case. He's had more lawyers than Sarah Boone. We've got someone who wants to be a pro se defendant where he acts as his own attorney. And he's was that previously, but is no longer allowed to do that. The court revoked that privilege from him. He's alleging all sorts of misconduct. He sues everybody. He's sued, to my understanding, every preceding lawyer he's had, he's sued. And the lawyers that were on the case in the hearing yesterday were also sued. And that's why, because he filed this federal civil rights lawsuit against them, that's why they withdrew a motion to withdraw. So it's crazy. Spicy bourbon pickles and some cheer wine. Sounds yummy. I'm not big on the cheer wine. I know it's like the North Carolina drink, other than Pepsi. But for me, I'd rather have just a straight black cherry than cheer wine, which the two are similar. But I hope they missed the pickle part. There's always pickles in chat here. We discuss them all the time, especially when I'm hungry, like right now. Welcome, says KDQ. You found a really great channel. Nikki, I think you'll find that the best thing about this channel is we have some amazing community members here in chat that are very, very welcoming, and you'll find that you have friends here you didn't know you had. So welcome. Hope you're able to join a lot. Is there a link to the video of the car showing up the day behind the house? Don, we're looking for that. I've got some sleuths out there looking for it. Let me do a little bit of digging as well, because we have, let me just check really quickly how much time we have before the, let's see, it's less than an hour now. 58 minutes, 57 seconds, according to the Moscow Police Department, before the live stream goes. So we've got a little bit of time. Let's look for that video. I've got so many things open on my desktop, it's not funny. I'm going to shut down Twitter. Don't need that right now. I'm going to close Discord just because it's my computer is running hot. It's doing so much. I've got multiple monitors plugged in on this as well. Virtual monitors that I can see on my screen but don't exist on my desktop. Sherry, later. Please stay safe. We'll see you next time you're able to pop around. Thank you very much. The family feels incredible relief and think the arrest happened the same day as Kylie and Mady's celebration of life service. Yeah, it was going on when this was announced. Just really cruel. Toxic says, check your Discord DM. Okay, let me fire that up here really quickly. I think. Matthew Harris is in the house, says I rarely shop at Walmart, but I had to go to one a while back over Christmas and grab some of your spicy maple bourbon pickles. Pretty good. I would not lead you astray, Matthew. I wouldn't. If they were not good, I would tell you up front. I would say that they are not good, but they are. They are fantastic. They're fresh chips, so they're very crisp. We've got less than an hour before the press conference breaks here. Let's see if we can dig up a little more information. I love the emojis. I worked hard on that. I'm not sure if you can see Weather Watch on those emojis, but if you look really closely on that emoji, it actually says spicy maple bourbon on it, and I think it says hot in the corner in red. Of course, I created that in 480 by 480 pixels and then shrunk it down to 48 by 48, so you can barely tell it's a pickle jar, but just know that I went to all the effort to make that label look as authentic as I could. Let's see. Rosie, just saw you commented here. How would you like to be called, Mr. Pickles? I generally go by RA, Recovery Addict. But I am a big pickle fan, so if you do call me that, I probably will answer as well. Okay. WFLA. Let me check WFLA. Let's see what they've got. We've used them on some other sources for stuff. Okay, they're on my channel 6.
Facebook, we're going to be launching Facebook here momentarily. This is, of course, the news that everybody is talking about today. And if you are looking for the police press conference, which, of course, is coming up at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 4 o'clock Eastern, you don't have to go anywhere. You have come to the right place. We are going to have multiple feeds. That's the first thing I want to make this clear. We're going to have multiple feeds from Moscow, Idaho, so that in the event that one of those feeds goes down, we have a crystal clear view.
That's what I have.
The police press conference. Police, of course,
if you look on
make an announcement on the arrest of this man here on the right side of your screen. This is 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger.
This screen up ahead of me right here. I've got 8 video sources on there, and so I bring in as many feeds. Whoa! Nanageek, sorry, Squirrel. NBC just announced another arrest. Okay, let's find this. What can you find me on this? Okay, we want It's very recent news. Where's the verification on that? Nanageek. Let's see. Yeah, I specialize in multiple angles. That's what I do. I give you all the camera angles. DME, this is what I'm going to find out. I'm asking Nanageek, where are you seeing that? There's so much chatter. There's so much chatter already. Okay. And Golden Mom, you sent me a video. It's really small. I can't get it to enlarge. It was the video with the white Elantra in the background. But I can't get it big enough to show it on the feed here. Where is this information? I just want to confirm if this was real. And Nanageek, I'm not saying your information isn't right. I just we try to verify things. But if NBC is announcing it, I'd like to just verify that announcement really quickly. Man, the burner phone is going nuts. Let's see. Okay, I'm not seeing, WFLA is not covering the information about that. Just looking on Twitter to see, usually Twitter has a lot of breaking news type things. Latest. I'm not seeing a second arrest. So could it be that you saw the original arrest announced somewhere? Yeah, Nanageek, I'm not seeing that. It would be cool if there was. I mean, that would help paint a picture. But no, it's all right. That's cool. That maybe down the road, we know with the Delphi murders, there's still a possibility of more arrests being made, and sometimes that happens. Thanks, Ann. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, I see nothing as well, Matthew. I think it was just a misread or maybe a typo on an arrest. A lot of news stations are trying to put information up really quickly, and it's easy to get a typo up there. Idaho Press says something about a second arrest, but I can't read it without subscribing. I'm not sure. We'll have to verify. Right now, we haven't been able to verify that there's another arrest. All we know is that when Brian was arrested, he apparently asked if anyone else had been arrested in the case. But we're not seeing anything yet. Let's see. The video of the white Elantra is posted in the Idaho for Murders case file in our Discord. It says Toxic. Thank you, Toxic, for that. Okay. All right. So we're 50 minutes away here from this live here. So Josh, yeah, I don't think there was another arrest yet. Okay. Watching all the feeds here. Let's see. I need camera 3's audio on. Okay. So the feed will go live as soon as we hear audio from the Idaho press conference. We'll get it, and as soon as I see motion, we'll take that as well. So we'll keep WFLA. We'll keep their feed just in case they give us an out of courtroom feed simultaneously that we can watch. But other than that, I think that's it. Could there be possibly another? If I find it hard to believe in only one person killed 4 people without noise enough to wake two sleeping. Of course, it's a possibility, Toxic. But I don't know. It would explain a lot if there was additional people, but at the same time, the more people that were involved, sort of the harder it is to keep a secret. It would explain why he asked if anyone else was arrested. Don says, "Nice setup there, the Recovery Addict." It is a fun setup. Half of what makes this happen is behind the scenes. You can't even see. But I actually went to school for video production, and so I've been acquiring hardware like this for years and years. And I just started. Actually, I lost my job. I completed my last contract with the Department of Defense in April, and could not find a similar job after that. I was in a very specialized field, security clearance, all that. It was wonderful. I loved it. Had a good 12 or 13 years there. But then the searching for work was not fun. The job search is not a fun world. Even though there were plenty of jobs out there, they weren't what I wanted to do. And as it got a little depressing, I decided finally, after 6 months of that I'm just going to take a break. And one day I live streamed, and I'd never really done that sort of thing before very much. And live streams, part of the DB trial, we started doing commentary on that. And the 13 people that showed up that first day changed my life. It was so much fun. I enjoyed it so much that it's grown into this. So it's been amazing. So it's grown quickly, but it's been fun. But this equipment has been years in the making, pieced together. You don't want to see the cables behind the scene. There are over 40 cables that make all this happen. Weather Watch says a second-story apartment police search Friday is just 10 miles away from where the students were stabbed. So he was a local. Second arrest reported on Twitter. Yep, lots of things are out there on Twitter. I mean, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I want to see the source first, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's they're saying some major news outlets, but where's the link? I'm not seeing an actual news link saying there's a second arrest. I'm just seeing people talk about saying there's a second arrest. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on a second arrest. And I've got some pretty good sources on the Twitter front. Kathy Russin from Law and Crime is a good one to follow on Twitter. She's pretty active on that. She says, on Friday, December 30th, DeSales University learned of the arrest of Brian Koberger in connection with the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Koberger received a bachelor's degree in 2020 and completed his graduate studies in June of 2020. Okay. This is a good job, too. This is a great job. I love it. This is the best job in the world. Much better than working for the Department of Defense. Robert, where are you seeing this? Big Man on Cam, Twitter? This is one of those fringe allegations that needs some digging into here. Barstool Sports. So a minute ago, Big Man on Campus posted Interesting call allegedly from Idaho murder suspect Brian Koberger calling into a true crime podcast recently. The host of the channel today has claimed he sent the call to the FBI. Okay, I'm gonna bring this up. Ready? Give me just a second to sync my Bluetooth. Pair it with my phone. We'll bring that in through the audio device here because this seems fascinating. Now, this is allegedly from this guy. Bluetooth is on and sync with the Roadcaster. Come on. Give me a second here. We'll get this running.
Thank you. Excellent channel.
Hey, thank you. And let's see, who was that? That was KO. Thank you for your support, KO. Appreciate the super chat. Let's see if we can bring this this little audio clip on.
Town, and I've worked with. Okay. I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members, and you know, the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself. And that was it.
So you said you worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they asked you if you can kill somebody, they can get away with it?
Okay, so pausing here for a minute. All we know about this is an audio clip for a podcast where someone called in and is asking these questions. We don't know if this is actually the suspect. We don't know if you know who it is. We have nothing to verify this. This is just a recording of a podcast that allegedly has been forwarded to the FBI as a possible tip.
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. And my God. I know that's a thing that just like maybe people say, trying to like have interesting conversation, but like just in my head, it's like it's always been these dudes that were in the fraternity. And so it makes me wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
Oh, what kind of dudes would ask you that?
Yeah, that's not a normal question.
That's crazy as shit, man. That's an outrageous statement, man. I mean, I'd write their names down.
Yeah, man. Like you know, I like horror movies and all that kind of stuff, and I'll watch those kind of things. But like when someone like in person says some stuff like that, it's kind of like jarring. It's like, what? Why are you saying something like that?
Yeah,
we don't know who this is.
Man, who said that to you?
Yet.
I live in a college.
Okay, so that's the whole clip. This was shared by Big Man on Campus about 4 minutes ago on Twitter, where he says on there, interesting call allegedly from Idaho murder suspect Brian Koberger. So allegedly, that's who it's from. Calling into a true crime podcast recently. The host of the channel today has claimed he sent the call to the FBI. So that's bizarre. Weird. Little creepy sounding. Just a bit creepy. Let's see what we have here. Just a tiny bit. Let's see. Somebody was saying something. That guy. You said you found the probable cause affidavit. Are you on Discord? Can you post it on Discord, or are you able to text it to the burner phone? Yeah, that voice, something wasn't right there. And even the podcast host, who's, you know, it's a true crime host, they're used to handling some pretty bizarre stuff. That guy sends it. Okay, thank you very much. I see what you sent me. Oh, I see the second one. Sorry, the probable cause. Okay, the affidavit of probable cause. That's what we got. We were hoping for more. This was pretty. We read that one already, but thank you very much. This is the arresting trooper. Just the report that he arrested him. The FBI said to arrest him on a first degree murder charge out of Moscow, Idaho. But it didn't really give the details as far as the events. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Countdown to recovery addict sending audio clips from the burner phone to the FBI. Hopefully, none. That's not going to happen. The voice goes with his picture. It's hard to tell. We don't have any other video that we could authenticate to him to compare that to. All we have is allegations that this happened. We don't know how long ago that podcast happened either. That guy sent me a 4chan post. 4chan is a dark place on the web. Let's put it that way.
There's a lawsuit.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we're getting close here. Taking a look at the timer here. 38 minutes is what we're expecting before the feed goes live from the Moscow Police Department. Hopefully we'll have a couple feeds sooner than that as cameras start setting up and start transmitting an image from the press conference location. And I'll start sharing those with you as they arrive. For instance, this one here, WFLA is right here.
Blank.
It looks like
stair.
that's going to be the
you can
setting.
Look here at that stair here in the center of your screen. So much has been.
Yeah, we're not going to follow with their audio. That's their commentary, and we do ours. But that's good. Lucy says, "I will sue everybody." At least one of those voices sounded computer generated, in my opinion. It's possible. It's possible that because it's completely bizarre and not connected, and somebody fake. Press conference has not started yet. We've got a little over half an hour. Right? What did I say? We said 37 minutes. The fact that it's from December 12th and talking about hiding in PA makes it seem kind of real. Yeah, that guy you're talking about, that 4chan post. It's pretty grotesque. It would definitely demonetize this video stream if it has not been already, which it probably will. But yeah, I don't know. There's nothing there that I can authenticate to it, and it seems to be something a troll might post as well. I can't 4chan. Yeah, me either. I don't go there. See, he looks like he'd be related to the reporter on the left. Yeah, that reporter does have some similarities. Let's see if we can show this.
Himself virtually across the United States. So
we're going to turn down the
again
audio
as we look
on this
here
one.
live from.
So we've got their live feed there. I've got the audio from Moscow, but we're just taking the feed from WFLA right now. That's the scene that we're expecting the press conference to take place at. I bet audio is a hoax, though, to be honest, but Leopold and Leob is a famous case of intelligent students trying to commit the perfect murder. My theory. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can find a better live feed of the Moscow. Okay. Yeah, this is a crazy day. WFLA. And everyone's covering this. I mean, there's international feeds from. I can't even tell. Is this Russia? We've got France covering it, doing live streams about this Moscow press conference. It's a worldwide thing. Truth and Transparency is running it. Newsmax, Grizzly True Crime. All of the podcasters, all the true crime people are running it as well. Okay. ABC. Okay. All right. So Christine says, just got here a few minutes ago and ads were still up. What ads are up, Christine? I try to turn off all the ads that I can. It puts some up no matter what, and sometimes I get carried away. So I'm not sure if I forgot to turn them off on this one because this was sort of breaking news. Sure, he was arrested in Scranton, being held in Monroe County Correctional Facility. A posted phone number of jail for inmate info. Okay. Lucy, you've got all these questions. They're probably not the questions we're going to get answers to, but why he did that. Yeah, I hope we get a why. The best we might get is the possible motive from the prosecution. Can someone get the door, please? My hands are full with a huge vat of hot cocoa. It's cold. We need the hot chocolate. I like live feeds before press conferences. Often get a few hot mics. And those who are members know that there's a special emoji that you can use if there is a hot mic. Law and Crime's getting prepared to run their feed. Still nothing from the Moscow Police Department. I was wondering about being demonetized. Yeah, so what happens is they'll still run ads. I just won't get the money. So YouTube will make money. I just won't get any. And that's fine. A lot of the things we cover, just by nature of the topic, the content, I get notified that YouTube deems it not suitable for advertisers. And so it happens. We cover what we cover. A lot of times, I mean, if we mention, the weapons that were used in a crime, a lot of times that can get me demonetized, and I'm not going to go around trying to make creative words to get around the ban. We want to talk about the case, and I want to talk about it in a way that makes sense. I just won't get the ad revenue, which isn't very much. I mean, I'm a small channel. We're talking pennies. So let's see. Roxanne says there's another press conference that was yesterday on the Moab murdered couple when Gabby Petito went missing. I have not watched that one. Was there anything interesting? CNN confirms his DNA was matched to DNA at the scene. They've reported that. I'm not sure if they have a source that gave them that information, but I haven't seen that out publicly yet. Let's see. 4chan is scary as all get out. Yep. What's CNN? Good question, Mac. Good question. Matthew Harris says, speaking of monetization, I just posted a bunch of merch on my YouTube store that says, if there were no bad people, there would be no good lawyers. We need to get a store for your my channel. I can't wait to check out your merch, Matthew. That is awesome. And maybe you could give me some pointers. I know I'm doing merchandise wrong here, but I need to find ways to get good quality merchandise cheaper for you guys. I can't wait to see that, though. You can't have a true crime channel if you can't say certain words. All the words are banned. Everything we talk about. I mean, words that you hear in court are banned. The words that we don't say, you won't hear me cussing and swearing a lot. That's not what I do on this channel. We try to keep it very civil and polite and have open discussion. We have some disagreements for sure, and that's great as well. But I mean, you get cursey words, and she does a great job on her channel over there. If you want that, you can find that, but that's not what we do here. So I don't use those words, but they aren't banned. But the words I do use do ban me. So even the video of the
just subject matter jurisdiction.
We can. Even the video of the dog biting the wrong guy.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
That video, just in the topic of what we talked about on that video, that got demonetized as well. Bernie Heart Dragon, thank you very much for the super chat. It says, just found you and subscribed because I like your voice.
Just found you and subscribed because I like your voice, heart with stars.
She said it better, huh? But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome. I hope you find a great community here that makes you feel at home. And do come back. We do a live show every morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time. I hope you enjoy that. And sometimes we go 8 to 10 hours a day. We've had, I think the longest was an 11-hour a day live streaming when we had just a lot of things to cover. So I'm the beeper, no curse words. Mr. 80s Music Man, who dropped man off his name, it's just Mr. 80s Music now, has been our editor. Every time there was lots of cuss words, he's been the one who edits. Law and Crime has finally started the feed, but it's just a talking head right now. There's nothing else available. As soon as there is a feed from the actual press conference, we'll bring that in. I think a lot of streamers use Teespring, but I don't know their quality. I'll have to look at it. I'm just so busy researching court cases and recording things and getting things prepped that I just don't have time to work on my merchandise channel, which is why I only have the mug so far. We still have to get the coin going. We still have to get the Pickles Not Politics merch and all that. Bernie says, no, I prefer your voice. Thank you, Bernie. I appreciate it. Bernie Heart Dragon. I agree. Amazing voice, RA. I'm a little bit stuffed up today. It's I'm almost over the cold. Lil Miss just got a text from you on the burner phone. Affidavit of probable cause for Idaho suspect. Our document guru is awesome. Absolutely. She's talking about right. That's the one. That's the one we showed earlier. Amazing. That was Justin was the arresting officer on that one, the trooper. Okay. Let's see. WFLA does a lot of live stream news. They do. We've used them before. They provide some good feeds. The Moab case is closed due to the suspect unaliving himself. Yeah, that's usually a good way to bring a case to a conclusion. It's quite final. Toxic says, can we get 15 more people to join the Discord to make it an even 200 members, please? If you guys are interested in true crime, if you like searching documents and discussing true crime at whatever hour of the day with fellow true crime addicts, Toxic Orchid 71 and Lil Miss have a Discord channel that they've graciously invited our group to participate in. You'll see it right here on the chat. It shows up. If you want to know what the link is, you just have to type the exclamation Discord and chat, and it will put the link up for that, and you can join the Discord page. It's a great page. It has so much information.
There's a lawsuit.
And it gets better every day. Every day I go back, there's different stuff. They keep things updated very well. If you want to see calendars of what's coming up, of just where a case is at, all the information, where the documents are, that's the place to go, and it's fantastic. Let's see. They closed the case yesterday when they released the evidence. Disturbing, to say the least. That's the Moab murder couple. DMB says, I'm on my second cup of tea today in my recovery addict mug. That's awesome. Thank you, DMB. There are good people here. Unaliving is a technical term. It's one that gets around the banhammer. That's one that we can use without just, getting on the naughty list. That guy, I have the list of speakers from the upcoming press release out of Idaho. Can I see that? I'm pretty sure we're going to get 5 or 6, right? So basically, you got the press release about the press release. Let's see. Guacamole is being eaten, listening for the next 14 minutes and 22 seconds. Okay, thank you, that guy. Appreciate that. Looks like Moscow Police Department press conference today. It's originally scheduled for 1 p.m. Is that right? Is it going to be 1 p.m. or did they push that a little bit? It shows on my screen, at least, that we're starting in 25 minutes. So is that 1 p.m. in Idaho? We're going to hear from Chief James Fry, Prosecutor Bill Thompson, Colonel Kendrick Wills, and President Scott Green. Scott Green is the president of the University of Idaho. So we're hearing from Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the University of Idaho. and then possibly some questions at that point. But they've got a little agenda. Thank you very much for that, that guy. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm going to take this footage, even though we're not taking the audio. This is WFLA as we just wait for footage, just so we can see the activity there. Yeah, the law enforcement that had to investigate this, that has got to be so difficult. Walking into that scene, they have families themselves. I mean, some of them are young, some of them are, as they said, some of them knew these victims, like prior to and it's just heartbreaking. Yeah, they're going back to their talking head here. We'll keep an eye on that. You won't miss a thing here, I promise. Okay. Make some room here as I get set for this press conference. Picture taken of a gold fringe flag for the Admiralty Court. Yes, it's there. We have the fringe. We have the eagle on top too. So all the sovsits can really start throwing their accusations around. You guys are funny. Lucy says, Toxic, can you find my second cousin's daughter's husband's cat's mom? Toxic says, for a price. You guys are fantastic over there on Discord. You guys find all sorts of documents, even ones that aren't as publicly as available as others. You guys have some great people there that put those together. Okay. Give me just a second to make sure I've got all my audio lined up right. Okay, everything's running. Okay. All right, we're good. I still don't have a mouse pad, so you're still hearing me clunk my mouse around on my desk, but I'll get that fixed eventually. The first 15 minutes of the press release will be self-congratulations to law enforcement. It will, but honestly, I mean, Cat, look at this. They've been taking heat for basically from the moment this happened on, when we as a public have been demanding, we want answers, we want this solved now, we want this guy off the streets, and they have to sit there and do nothing, and now is their moment. This is their moment to shine. They don't get another moment. This is the only time they get to brag and pat each other on the back, and they will do that profusely. At the same time, there's going to be a heartfelt message to the family, saying basically that we did this for them, and we had them in mind every day, that we were thinking about these families and these kids, and just we wouldn't stop until we reached an answer. I think until we got to this conclusion. Hopefully, we'll have some information, some specifics about the individual himself, this Brian gentleman who we are told was arrested in connection with this case, and maybe some information about what led them to him. If it was his car, if there was another a tip, if there was somebody who was connected somehow to the case who basically talked, who squawked and ratted him out. Let's see. Can we get a round of back pats, please? You're going to see people's shoulders get dislocated, patting themselves on the back here. And we see that every time there's a big arrest like this. I would say don't pat yourself on the back till he's safely in your jail. Because we've all seen those movies on transport. That's when you escape, right? What if the arrested suspect will want to represent himself? That's risky on a capital charge. That's super risky. Do the police have a weapon? Here it was a military K-bar. That's what they showed us. They showed us a K-bar style knife, and that was, I believe they were able to determine that based on things like the depth of a wound and the nature of the wound, of how it cut and tore skin. But okay, still nothing. Daryl Brooks has been spotted in a red SUV on his way to Idaho to help with press representation. Daryl Brooks will not be in a red SUV ever again. He might be in a prison van, but not in a red SUV. Yeah, the Daryl situation is bizarre. And Bernie, about that, we had a live stream this morning about a case out of Michigan that it actually started before Daryl Brooks' situation. It's a case, I think it happened in 2016 or 2017, but the case started in 2017. It's
I don't consent to that now.
Sorry, Mr. Brooks. But the case started back then, and they had a mistrial. There was it's crazy. The accusations are crazy. We have him being muted on Zoom and holding up signs just like Daryl Brooks did. We have him accusing the judge of misconduct and saying she needs to recuse herself, and filing lawsuits against all his attorneys. He just had his 8th attorney granted the motion of waiver to get off the case. So he's going to have a 9th attorney during this case. And that one goes to trial. It's scheduled to go to trial anyway next month. We'll probably have some sort of continuation.
Subject matter jurisdiction?
We will, I promise. We'll probably have some kind of continuation in that case just because he gets a new representation, and they'll have to have some time to get up to speed. When are Daryl's next cases? I'll have to check. Discord might be the best place to find that answer right now, to see where they're at. I think he's had some hearings in one of them already. Is the K-bar also used as a bayonet? No, but a similar style has been. I guess it could. So K-bar could be on a bayonet mount. But K-bar is a style of hunting knife that's it has a very jagged edge. It usually has a blood groove, and it's a full tang knife, meaning the blade, the handle, the material that makes up the blade continues all the way down the handle, and then the handle goes around that. So it's a very strong, sturdy knife, very durable. But Toxic says, "Thank you for the kind words, Recovery Addict. We appreciate it so very much. You guys are amazing, and thank you so much for letting us into your Discord." Lucy's got her popcorn. She's ready. We're ready as well. Just minutes now, just minutes away from this press conference starting. It looks like 16 minutes and 35 seconds. Okay. Some reports say the suspect's apartment's being searched in Pennsylvania. Others say Pullman, Washington. I think his apartment was in Washington. I think his parents lived in Pennsylvania. So it's possible that both locations are being searched. And I'm sure the vehicle, which they say they recovered, we're hearing was recovered in Pennsylvania. I'm sure that's been going to be searched as well. Patricia comes in here. She obviously heard my stomach grumbling because I haven't had lunch yet. And she says, I made linguine with white clam sauce for lunch, and I 100% would rather have McDonald's. I'd take either right now. Yeah, the blood groove, Mac, for those that don't know, a blood groove on a knife is designed so that when it enters the target, the blood groove is an indentation on the side of the knife that creates a vacuum basically on the knife and begins the flow. Does that help? Was that too much? Izzy says, I got my coworker now hooked on this case. We're watching it together. Izzy's coworker, welcome. Hopefully you have your own chat and you can post your own comments here in chat. Izzy's been great. Wonderful to have Izzy as a member here on the program. But welcome. Hope you enjoy this. Are we talking about Bryce Rhodes? Not yet, Lucy. We've talked about talking about him, but we haven't covered it yet. Olaf's got a glass of wine. Everyone's ready for this press conference to begin, except for the police. Okay, here we go. We've got, let me show you what we're getting out of WFLA really quickly. You can see people coming out that back door. possibly going to just get set up. They're setting the paperwork out. They're putting the names, the agenda. So there's some shuffling going on as we're getting set, but no live stream yet. Bryce Rhodes, he's nuts too. No, the one I was talking about this morning was Wyndham. Was it Wyndham? I can't remember his name for the life of me now. Let's see what we had. Okay, the one we were talking about this morning. Let me just play this really quickly while we're waiting for this. Will this throw everyone off? It probably will. It's on my screen right here. I'm not going to put it up on the big screen, so you're going to have to watch it on my little screen right here, over my shoulder.
Supplemental 6 and 7, People versus Robert Winburn, 17654 FC.
Okay, so this guy, he has his attorneys here in the corner. The judge is here. Robert Wyndham is up in this corner in the Zoom meeting, and he has a whole stack of notes, some flashcards, Darrell Brooks style, that he's written out, that he ends up later on in the video. He brings them up to the, and he's holding them up. He says, "Please unmute me." He's got one that says, "There's a mutiny in this courtroom by mute being used to crush dissent." He's got another one that says, "Let me represent myself since counsel won't defend what you are doing to me. Judge O'Brien must recuse herself under Mayberry versus Pennsylvania. I demand a trial by jury," and all this. It's great. But we're going to follow that one. That was yesterday. But I recorded this. I started recording this late as I was trying to catch up, and the court dropped and deleted the feed as soon as they were done. So it ended right here. So you have to go to Old Squishy Gardner's YouTube page. He got the whole thing, and it's fantastic. You're going to love it. So Winburn is his name. Okay, still nothing. We've got a deputy walking around on the scene, but nothing else. Let me see. Matthew Harris says, to avoid demonetization, refer to it as the Big Cherry Juice groove. It allows free flowing of the Bing cherry juice. Bing cherry juice, yeah, that's what it is. The spicy maple pickles are delicious. My new favorite thing. Thank you, Irene. I wish they would credit me with the massive influx in sales the Walmart has seen of spicy maple pickles, because everyone I've sent to them is now hooked, and it's like a the first one's free. I'm almost like a street pharmacist that way, giving you your first taste of something you're now addicted to, and they are fantastic. I'm glad you like them. Thanks for trying them on my recommendation. Izzy's friend, you're trapped now. Yep, you're here. You're an addict. It's like Hotel California. You can never leave. Okay, they're showing that white paper they're holding up. That's for a white balance. For those that aren't familiar with cameras, the way they work, a camera, especially a professional news camera, has the ability to adjust the color spectrum. And so when they get in a lighting situation like that, inside a court where they've got some ambient light coming through the window, they've got some artificial light, some maybe fluorescent light overhead, those lights have different colors. And so you have to adjust your camera under the lighting situation. You can basically say, what you're seeing right now is white. Now adjust everything to fit that. So that's why he just held up that big white paper, and they zoomed in and got a quick white balance. And that way the flesh tones look right, the colors look right on the flag and things like that. Otherwise, you might have like a red, like for the flag, for instance, if the colors were off, you might have sort of yellowish stripes instead of white stripes. And it's just because the lighting's weird and the camera doesn't recognize what color's what. It's actually not his name, but can we call him Wingding? That's a great name for him. Is it true he had a frat pin? I haven't heard that, Color Me Abstract. It's possible. John Bubba says, I'm literally just now hearing about this today. Well, now's a good day to hear about it, because this is the good news. If you picked it up, when this first happened, you would be frustrated like the rest of us. I am single-handedly driving Pickle Futures, at least the spicy maple bourbon ones. If they withdraw that, because sometimes stores will do that, they'll just withdraw a product after a while. Maybe I'll contact them and see if I can buy the rights to the product and start making it myself. We'll sell it under the RA label, and it will be on our merch channel. Ever since the DB trial, I'm an addict. I liked that as well. I watched, I guess all of us watched Amber Heard and Johnny Depp as well, which drove me nuts. Let's see. You guys do have a great team in Discord. Fantastic. Exhibit A, a blank sheet of paper. This is what we had to go on. That's what he was saying. He's holding up that. These are our clues, and this is what we did with it. Okay, we've got about 12 minutes, a little less, maybe 10 minutes here. 9 minutes. 9 minutes exactly. So it's pretty soon. We've already got the troopers out there. This will start filling in. They're doing a countdown. That's not our countdown. That's for somebody else. Let's take this here. You guys all wanted to know what happened at the countdown. Well, nothing happened. As a matter of fact, it's just flashing. Nothing's happening. So that's them going live with their big program. We are waiting for everybody to give us a live feed, and it's just not there yet. Wonder what was written on the other side of that pad used for white balance. Don't know. I didn't watch Heard in Depp, but I did see Pirates of the Caribbean. It's pretty much the same thing. It was just like an extension of that. John says, can I get a quick recap if possible? I kind of been offline for a while, working like a dog. John, thanks for putting in the hard work and doing what you need to do to take care of you and yourself and your family. Let me tell you where we're at. This case, these are 4 Idaho college students that were found murdered in their home, in their apartment. There were 2 other members of the apartment who lived there that were not attacked, but they didn't hear anything. Basically, they woke up in the morning to find 4 of their roommates dead, or 3 of their roommates plus a guest, I think. There's almost no information. The police from the get-go, they just, it sounded like they had nothing. It almost got to the point where we thought it was a cold case. They were asking for tips. They were asking for video. At one point, they said, look for a white Hyundai Elantra model, the year between 2011 and 2013. Then we all got excited because they found a car that matched that description just in Oregon that was crashed on the side of the road, and it turns out that wasn't the right car. But now we hear this morning that there's a breaking news conference. They've made an arrest in Pennsylvania, in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, with this gentleman, this Brian gentleman, whose name I keep forgetting, which is perfectly appropriate, I think. Let's see, what's Brian's name? Brian Koberger is the name. And so they've made this arrest. He's awaiting extradition back to Idaho right now on capital murder charge. I'm sure those charges will expand. He'll get more of them. But the police are about to announce it, that they've made this arrest in this case. And we're just waiting to hear what they tell us. So that's sort of a quick recap, quick and dirty. There's a little bit more. There's a lot of information out there. We've got his picture from jail. Obviously, we've got that. That's what he allegedly looks like. And we've got a couple other documents as far as the arrest affidavit and the docket sheet, things like that. But just not a lot of answers really regarding why and who. We hear that he was going to school at WSU, just a few miles away, and then there's allegations that he called into a crime podcast, and we heard that audio and listened to that. Now, that'll be interesting if that actually was him. We've got information that says he may have conducted a survey, sort of like a focus group, a study group for his doctoral studies in criminology, and where he asked some pretty bizarre questions, if this was him, of the participants in the study about how they felt right as they were committing crimes and how they did it. Weird stuff. Just doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sound normal. Let's see, Karen says, kind of seems like he was trying to hide his emotions. Yeah, a lot of people, though, look pretty blank on a mugshot. Let's see. Regarding DB, why do you think he wore a mask the whole time? Karen, that was the most bizarre thing, because right at the end, he's like, you guys have seen me wear the mask, but now this is the real DB. And he takes it off, and I'm expecting him to, come out and say, I'm sorry, I did it, or something dramatic. But no, he acts exactly the same as he wore with the mask. It's like this was the big unmasking moment. It's like it's not that we didn't know what your chin looked like. We thought you would actually. It was symbolic for you, coming out and being different, but it wasn't. I think it's just another way of him to protest, so that he could mock the court and not get in trouble with it. But because when he had his mask off, that's what he was doing. I started with watching the interrogations, and from there I watched the Halderson case way after it was done. During that, DB started, and I was hooked on live trials. Yeah, and now, Patricia, you watch the show here with us, and you're watching police chases and arraignment videos out of Knoxville and a couple other places. Let's see if we've got something here.
Please stay on point and ask the questions that will be relevant to this.
This is the
to this investigation.
This is the instructions to the press.
See as well if there's any Evergreen or Argonaut students. You guys will have the first questions if you're here. So.
Wow.
With that, we have 4 minutes and we'll get going.
Evergreen or Argonaut students get the first question at a press conference like this. That is awesome.
Interesting how, as we're talking.
That's awesome to see that the police are giving them that major leg up on in the press. Okay. Mr. 80 says, I remember coming to your channel late October on DB. I'm honored. Come in your first case stream, and I'm happy to be here now. Mr. 80s, you've been fantastic in chat. Love the comedy you bring and the consistency with you've been here. Let's see, we're getting close to having this video. I'm waiting anxiously for that. The Idaho still has not started their live stream. Law and Crime's doing talking heads as well. Hopefully it happens here soon. Okay. Let's see. Brian Koberger. Yep, that's the right name. Thanks. I'm way behind on chat. I'm going to scroll down here and just catch up. Ashley should have been here 3 hours ago, but you made it in time for the press conference, which is what matters. Thanks for being here, Ashley. And Bart, you as well. Late again. You're making a habit out of this. Good to have you. Thank you so much. Patricia says, I literally watch anything at this point I can get my hands on. You are a true addict, Patricia, and welcome to the family of addicts here. CNN said an hour ago his DNA was at the murder scene. So they might have an exclusive on that. And possibly information that they can't share or divulge, but they're confident enough that they can, as far as the source goes, but they're confident enough they can share the information. And maybe we'll find out about that here. I usually only watch trials involving LEO misconduct, but I stick here because I like your style in the chat. It's chill. It is chill, Douglas. It's pretty good. I'm hoping the police give us some answers. So many times we get nothing, and we've had nothing from them for so long. I'm hoping this one's different. I really do. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Press conference is waiting to load. Still nothing. Okay, so now they at least say they're live now. Well, nope, it's buffering on their end. So they haven't gone live yet. I'll keep an eye on that here. Bunch of motorcycles going by outside. This is WFLA. We can see the troopers lining up there in the background. Missy Pants, good to have you here. Better late than never, says KQD, and better daily than occasionally. Love you guys and gals. I have to tattle on the hubby. He just got up from a nap and asked, why are they holding a conference in Idaho? Then caught himself, but I'm still laughing. Izzy says, I feel like...
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
Here we go. Here we go. Stop, stop, stop. Hold everything. We're waiting for the audio.
And the
here.
author of Criminal Investigation Function textbook. And we also have Bobby Cachone,
This is it.
Cachone, former FBI agent. Thank you both for joining us. Again, if you're just joining in now, we are waiting for the presser. It's supposed to start now, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. local time. So we're just asking questions.
Why are we not getting the audio we
it's
want?
actually live in the presser time now. Again, we're going to be jumping right into the presser for the murder of the 4 Idaho.
Sorry, guys. This is a pain in the butt. They're not sending us a audio feed, or I've got it muted. One of the two.
As we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process.
We're going to back up just a bit.
Due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today.
Here we go. We're backing up to the beginning. I don't want you to miss that because I muted it.
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohlberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Kohlberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohlberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Zana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. The two surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. Wow. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. The cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward.
This is a small town.
I want to
It really is.
specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation. Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news, you helped us with tips, you kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number. I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
Also known as Santa Claus.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohlberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohlberger, and let me preface, there is a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that.
Okay, so that's basically saying we're not going to get the answers we want today.
For the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant.
Okay, so that's going to be next week.
At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all of the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohlberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over at Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon.
We're going to watch that.
And the public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works.
Probable cause is sealed until he gets to Idaho. So if he fights it, it could be longer.
Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us.
So basically the press conference,
finally, as
the information will be answered in
indicated,
court, not at the press conference.
This is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police.
Will this go to a jury trial? We don't know. If he pleads guilty, then no.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. Yeah. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green. Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
Sorry, you guys are hilarious with your commentary on that tie. That was a very, very bright tie. I'm dying. Silver and gold are the U of Idaho colors. Yeah, but that was so bright.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court.
So the students get to ask the first
formulate
question.
your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that at this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohlberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohlberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Not a single thing. I have a question for Santa. Am I on the naughty list?
Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
I could do this guy's
final
job.
Question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victims' family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to have contact with them.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest.
There's somebody crawling in the background on the floor.
And were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right and we've slowed down and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Two answers out of that one. That was a good question.
Stephanie Becker with CNN. Can you tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect?
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don, you're back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
We've got the DMB Santa cough emojis. I caught that.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. You know, we're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take two more questions.
There are two more questions I can't
Julie
answer.
Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra and how you tracked it to Pullman?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
Last question.
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Murrow College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Koberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation. We'll be asking some of those questions, but that'll come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all. You really have been the national voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips, and I do appreciate everything you've done, and we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that, and thank you for your time.
All right. So basically, all we got out of that is confirmation that the name of the individual is correct. They didn't even show his picture, and which is bizarre because I mean we have information. I mean we have the information from the arrest information out of PA, but they did not even show his picture at that press conference. All they could say is that we made the arrest of the individual, and that is Idaho law. That until he is on Idaho soil and he has been served, they can't release anything else. So if he fights this extradition...
Hello, thank you all for coming. I'm
Oh,
Chad
sorry.
Bianco, I'm the Riverside County Sheriff.
There's somebody else. Went to another a different feed. So if he fights this extradition, it could be a while until he actually gets dragged into Idaho, because he will be. They will get him. There's no question about that. It's not like PA is going to be like, oh, we won't send him. We're going to hold him safe here. No, PA is going to participate. He might fight it, but he's going to lose, and he will end up in Idaho. Yeah, they did not ask about the DNA. Didn't hear anything about that. The only thing they were willing to answer questions about were how well they did of a job they did and how they stood behind it, which is normal for that. But as far as press conferences go, this had very, very little. Even by a press conference standard, had very little information for us. Basically, they just said, we're going to just have to watch the report, the court records, because the restrictions on what they say do not exist in court. They can say a lot more. So there may be documents filed, there may be things said in court, even before this goes to trial, that will be a lot more telling. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Maybe toxic. We'll have to assign some of your sleuths to locate those documents as they come available. What is the suspect's name again? The suspect's name, Jordan, thanks for asking. Let me just pull that up here. The suspect's name is Brian, spelled with a B-R-Y. Let's see. Brian Kohberger. Last name is K-O-H-B-E-R-G-E-R. Brian Kohberger. Thank you, DMB. Brian Spencer or Spencer Brian? Or Jordan Spencer. His name is Brian. There we go. Brian Kohberger. No questions asked, no questions answered. Yeah, really, there was very few questions. The only question that really got an answer out of him was, did you recover the knife and have you recovered the car? And they said, no, we didn't. We're still looking for the knife. We're still looking for the weapon. And yes, we have recovered a car. So that's all we got out of that press conference. That was worth it, though. At least we have an arrest. I waited 4 hours for that, says the dull one. If this falls through, they'll blame Santa. Everything is sealed, so we won't know it till he goes to court. Right. They're going to hold it pretty tight, but through court records, we'll get some information. And at least I think, Nancy, the thing that will be more telling is Idaho's version of the arrest affidavit. When he is served, that will be filed. That will show up in the record, and that might have a little more information, especially as to how they found him and how they were led to him. It's Idaho. Prepare for everything to be sealed, right? They guard it like they do the recipe for their potatoes. All right, have a happy new year. I'm out. Hey, reviewer, you've hit something pretty important. New Year's is this weekend. It's Friday. I'm probably not going to be able to do a show tomorrow. We tried to do a weekend recovery show. I'm not sure if I can keep doing that. It takes so much work to get together, and I'm trying to find another way to share the information we normally do on our weekend recovery show, which is usually a lighthearted show where we
I don't consent to that now.
Thank you. Where we take a step back from what we do during the week, and just have fun and share some fun photos of food and family and pets and everything else, and just hang out as a community of friends. I'm probably going to lean more on Facebook for that. Got motorcycles racing by my house right outside the window. Probably going to lean more on Facebook on that. We'll have to look at that. It's too much for me to do the channel and do that on the weekends, and I need a little bit of time with my family as well. But that's the case. So with the new year, I am planning to be here on Monday. I know it's a holiday. We'll probably have a short show Monday morning at 9 a.m. We may also, because it's the new year, we may have police chases. There's quite a bit of alcohol consumption that occurs over this weekend traditionally. And sometimes when people consume a little bit of alcohol, they get the idea that driving is fine, which it's not. And then when the lights go on behind them, they decide that pulling over is not on the agenda, and it should be. So should that happen, and should we get any live feed, first of all, if you see a great police pursuit in progress that has a feed available, shoot me a quick text to the burner phone. There's a good chance we'll be able to come live and share it with everybody. But other than that, we're probably going to go live again next on Monday morning. So until then, oops, that's the wrong song. I knew I would do that. Until then, I will just say, please, today, give a hug to everybody you love. Let them know you love them. They're special in your life. Smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better. And please, please, please stay safe till you can come back and join us again in chat and in person on Monday at 9 a.m. For a regular show. Thanks to everybody who's new here, who came in and dropped in chat and said hi. I know I've left a ton of questions unanswered. It's been a long day.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm not going to have time to do that today. I'm sorry. Ask me first thing on Monday, and we will. Happy New Year to everybody. You guys are amazing. I have to get your command working. I do. Yeah, but until then, Abby's posted here that please go check out Matthew's channel. If you still need a fix on legal content, check out Matthew's channel. Just scroll up a little bit, look for that link from Abby UK. It's some great stuff. Hey, it's working. Oh no, that's Matthew's. My comment is very similar to what Matthew posted there, so we'll try to get that command working for you. Happy New Year! Hugs all around. TW throws all the emojis in chat. Jake comes in with the traditional twerk, 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 which I will not do for your benefit. Join us on Facebook, of course. That'll be great. Thank you, everybody. You guys are amazing. I want to thank everyone who's joined as a member of the channel, everyone who's subscribed, everyone who just shows up and talks in chat, and even those lurkers. You guys are amazing. So thanks. Have a great weekend. I wish you a safe and prosperous New Year, and we'll check back on Monday. We'll see you guys.